Hey YouTube. Uh, so I know for all the Phoenix Wright games, I have been just like piling them together so that the episode would be all into one. But this episode actually was way too long. It was over 12 hours, and I went to go count the thing, all my VODs to how much hours it goes through. It was literally 12 hours and up. So I was like, wow, this was a very long chapter. I mean, it was the final episode to the final game, so it makes sense. But hopefully, this is just me giving you guys like at least like a proper intro and being like, hey, yeah, this is why the final episode is split into two. But I do hope you guys enjoy. Yeah, just wanted to do a little quick intro for it. But yeah, enjoy. Thank you. What do you mean Miss Faye is still being held hostage? Is a little bit of a recap. And who's this mastermind? Paul Addison Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings, but I have no idea who they are. So all we know is it's the person he's trying to give the orb to. Right. He was just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. So then Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too. Right again. Whoever they are, they're in Kurain. Along with Maya. I wonder who they could be. Right, this Maya. The spirit medium you've been talking about. She wouldn't happen to be that bun-haired young lady who you defended back in Kurain. That's her. Why do you ask? I see. I think I know what's going on here. We got good news for you, right? Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of it. I'm afraid you've lost me. So that's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Dirk, you mind filling us in? Oh, the phone is up. No call ID. I wonder who's calling. Hello? Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes? Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Addison's benefactor. Ah. Sounds like they're using a voice changer or something to disguise himself. Where's Maya? Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming. Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somehow? Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She's not the only medium within my reach, you see. You harm a hair on Maya's head and you'll have to answer to me. Right, give it here for a sec. Wait. Hey there. How's it going, stranger? Who is this? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. Good fucking Spider-Man reference. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karkol Kurain. Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper. It's the big man himself. It's Kurain's Minister of Justice. Dirk. My bad. Is that you? You dirty turncoat. What in the blazing is going on here? Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. But enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Faye, and I do mean that literally. Ugh. What is he talking about? You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Faye ain't my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. And you better come alone, got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you'll need to get Maya Fey back. Dirk, what's going on? You heard him. I have to get back to Karain at once. What? Why? No time to explain. But are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to just let you get on the plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. Ah! My boy! Edgeworth! Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth! What are you doing here? Taking care of the hostage situation. Oh, now that you mention it, Pearl did say that she saw you around in Karain Village. I'm looking into a few things while I was on my way back from Karain, including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Karain earlier, but it explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Addison. Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation. I've taken the liberty of charting one for us. It's ready to take off at any time. And I will do whatever is necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Samadi is on board. Wow, must be nice to be Chief Prosecutor. Right, we have no time to lose. We must head to Karain at once. Right. I'm going to. After all, you're bound to need my help. No fair, I want to go too. This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold the fort. Or down the fort. Daddy, guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy, but would you mind holding on to this stuff for me? Fine, but you'd better bring me back something besides just more evidence. Excellent, now let us make haste to Karain. And that's how our sudden trip to the Kingdom of Karain began. I never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. It's Kingdom of Karain. There's no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you. Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Grand Palace. We should have just enough time to get there. Then let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. I guess, yeah, go to the royal residence. Oh, shit. This is nice. Puff, puff. Puff, puff. Ass. I was amazed for all the running and climbing. And near drowning I've done this week. It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara, wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on. It will take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. So you have returned, Barbhead. Ah. I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Rafa Padma Karain. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, your benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? If you seek my father, I just saw him heading towards Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Bow down before her glory. Her Eminence Queen, Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain, approaches. Huh? Garan? Or Garen? No shit, she here. It's... Queen Garan. Guards. Surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, Your Eminence. Udi Haragara. What's she doing? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence. So our barb-head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here for Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country, how could you? Father abducted someone. Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They are the Grand Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. Royal Guard. Royal Guard! Fucking Dante just comes out of nowhere. This is a Capcom game! If he just is in the background for no reason, that would be funny. They're an elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garan, no. His hostage is in there. Dirk. How dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. Grand Royal Guard sees the traitor of the crown. As you wish, Your Eminence. Resist and you die. Wait a second. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, Maya Fey is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the place. Now then, if you excuse me. Now, when fucking, Dirk fucking gets serious, the motherfucker just goes into that mode, bro. Dirk, wait. Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Samari to pass. Barbhead, you have some explaining to do. Right. Well, while we're waiting here... Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead. Or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead. She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with that attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Fey. Alright, let's talk. You might ears to see me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? Oh, you heard right. He abducted Maya Fey and... Insolent fool. Pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father could not possibly have committed such a crime. Gentle soul is a little bit of a fucking stretch. Yeah, gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, your benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? Your benevolence, you saw your father heading towards the tomb. I did. I was over on the veranda deep in thought. When I saw him hurrying towards the tomb, I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late. Do you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Minister Inga and Miss Fey are the only ones in there besides Dirk. Who knows, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk, I'm sure hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes. It feels like an eternity. Patience, Paulo, patience. Feel like this might be a slight setup. Any transition save, or any transition, like, thing, I would save right away. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts a hostage's life in more danger, even in more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. That'll put Miss Faye's life in danger too. Guards, storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga along with the insurgent Dirk Samadhi. Yes, Your Eminence. What? Dirk's under arrest too? Naturally. That traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both. We're going in. Follow me, men. For Her Eminence. Udahara Garan. I hope no one gets hurt. Your Eminence! What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened, Dirk. Dirk, the minister. He's dead! What's this? What? Paula, quick! I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, Your Eminence. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there! Dirk! Dirk! What have you done? Apollo. Look! So it is Minister Inga who has fallen. Guards, seize the murderous man at once. Yes, Your Eminence. Surrender now or perish, rebel scum. No, wait! Damn! There are a lot of them, so just catching him off guard was like hard. Dirk, they're taking him away. Ow! Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Isn't he restrained? He just threw that at him? Is he telling me to keep it safe? Nick, is that you? Maya! Are you alright? Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Oh shit. Maya! Mr. Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, has been killed. And Dirk was arrested for his murder. So it was that the abduction of Maya Faye came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. What the fuck is going on? Like, really? Shit just popped off on some real shit. Grand Palace Royal Residence. Yeah? Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure, but from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely, but who knows? I'm really confused right now. My father, this cannot be. I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass. Fool, stand aside. Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, Queen Garan. Father, oh father. Dirk, you will pay for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? It was only the three of them in that room. If anything, it could have been, like, self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, but at the sense of, like, not, you know? Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Edgeworth's speaking with the local police, so let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right, I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. My name is Apollo Justice, and I am fine. Right, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid I have some bad news. Looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Mr. Inga. He has. However, I did manage to get us permission to investigate the crime scene. And I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Samadhi shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here and Karain. So I have asked her to assist us with our investigation. What's she doing here? Seems Prosecutor Samadhi had grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her around all over the place, and a few days here and a few days there. They've almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nayuta says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? Think I'll pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I want to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well, then I will accompany Wright. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. Yeah, let's just go as duos so we don't like end up being the next murder. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. This part is short, I think, because I see the bar on the side, so I'm just making sure. Do you know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get hopelessly lost. Alright, now we can move to the detention center. There you go. This might be 2 parts that I do. Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though. I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method would be. Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the Justice Minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. Public execution is worse than I thought. I mean, I think he had that set in stone for like a minute now. Like on some real shit. Like this is just adding to the fire of his execution. Come on, son, turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I'd like that. We need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. Alright. We'll first do the talking. And then we need to first do this, and then we unlock the regular stuff. Okay. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, I really don't know. Huh? I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and covered in Inga's blood. So you don't remember meeting with him? No, the last thing I remembered after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one. But we can't give up yet. I was just messing with you, son. Well, stop. It's not funny. Sorry. Jeez, nothing seems to faze him, not even being arrested for murder. This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amaro's assassination from 23 years ago. You're on trial for 2 charges. Gran is practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh? I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this. So, son, I'll take it you'll be defending me at my trial. Of course, you can count on me. That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too. Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh? Oh, tell me you forgot about that. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. Apollo, what was that about an assassination 23 years ago? What about the incident 23 years ago? That was when the previous queen, Amara, was assassinated, wasn't it? Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze. and you were arrested for the crime. Why would they arrest you, Mr. Samadi? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the Queen? About that, Mara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen, in short. Oh, and queen. In short, I was royalty. What? No way. Are you saying you won the heart of a reigning queen? Come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witness on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Wow, you're really something else. So was the verdict ever reached, Dirk? I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. Then it all went south. Now, where have I heard a story like that before? What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran? But why? I didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had stuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. That was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah, the fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. It's just been brick wall after brick wall. Guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with Minister Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick. Come on, son, don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. I hope he's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Let me think. I recall going through a manhole. How can I not, Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty getting there, and that stench. That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. Alright, and then we have to present him the orb. The fuck you throw this at me for? I see you got it safely out of the tomb. Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb must not fall into Guran's hands. Not ever. I thought Minister Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. So haven't you exposed his crime now? I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help feeling that it could turn this entire kingdom upside down. You said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again. Guran will do anything to retrieve this, so guard it well, son, at least until tomorrow's trial. I'm afraid your time is up. Nayuta! It's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid-headed criminal bidding a lawyer. Wait, don't tell me you're the prosecuting attorney. What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains, I am a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him. Nayuta, long time no see, son. How have you been? Look, a year you've been serving Guran. Rather faithfully, in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. What do you mean? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nayuta you know exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this. But you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back in with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Now let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Nayuta, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Ah, watch it. Not so rough, will you? It's like, I'm going. Nayuta. He's seriously going to prosecute his own father. Alright. From here on, we change to Amara's tomb. What do I do? Amara's tomb. Emma is here. Imagine it's like just like what, like 40 minutes of me doing the first part, and I'm like, all right, next week. No, I just fear for the next part to be extra long since it's the middle of all 3 parts. So this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Kurain. It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. It's the faceless woman in the mirror over there, Amara. No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Kurain. I have coffee still. Alright, the woman in the orb. Oh, it's you two. Getting right down to business, I see. What's up, Emma? Hi, Emma. We heard you were, you'd give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, Mr. Edgewood asked me to help where I could. So it's been quite a while since you've been back in Kurain, huh? I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in the murder. You're as big a trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. Please don't say that, Mr. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Samadi has requested your services again. He seems to really have taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just his people skills need some serious work. When he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations, oh my god. Before the days is no day off. That's been tough. I think might as well defend it. In this case, it's someone I know. I mean, how could this be? Jesus Christ. Snackos. Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. Alright. Let's talk. The incident. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. A single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene. That is true. Any suspect besides Dirk? No, he, Maya, and the minister were the only ones here. Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a parameter. Parameter. Did I say that? Perimeter? Perimeter! That's how you say that. To prevent anyone from escaping. I didn't put the rim together. That's what it was. I like separated R, I, and M. Three and matter. That's why I kept saying that. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off. It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted. So, great. Another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. We love it here in murder mystery games. About the victim, Mr. Inga. He was the kingdom's minister of justice, correct? Yes. Inga Inga Karkul Kurain was the second most powerful figure in Kurain. Plus, he was married to the queen. Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal supporters about his plan. That way, there was a little chance of the police or even the queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. I wonder if it really was for what Paul Addison 1% said. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My Patreon seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Great power that is said to be bestowed on whoever solves your secret. In Korean, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Was that why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be the king, or to be king? Amara's tomb. So this is the tomb of the previous queen. Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. They built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long has Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed and is now on the IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start looking around? Sure, I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. To diagram the police true of the tomb. Thought I'd give you a copy to to help your investigation along. Thank you. Tomb diagram added to court record. Oh, and let me know if you need my forensics expertise. Don't you dare keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear? You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I hardly classified this as fun. Alright, I think we did the talking, we got the diagram, now we do some examinations. Jesus, I see a lot. The Holy Mother's portrait. It looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder. That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. Only one problem, they didn't paint the eyes she needs to do said watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up, and the founder just might come and watch over you too. This is Amara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Alright, let's see here. Examine the curtains to open them. The curtains. Hey, the curtain's open, Apollo. Oh. The keyhole. That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. A mummy, huh? Rats, it's locked. Hey, don't touch that. You mean we can't search inside it? Not a chance, besides it's not something anyone's trying to open anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Hey, anyone in there? Jesus, don't do that. You're going to get cursed. You're cursed. The queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such a violently painful death. So no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo, what am I going to do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside it, they would eventually freeze to death. I see. So if they bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. So we have the keyhole, right? As I say, whoever opens the sarcophagus is yeah, hypothermia. Yep. Go back. Incense burners. I would assume these, right? It's like a small army of monks, all neatly lined up. Looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer. If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression. I wonder if they use real people as models. Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Really? I wonder why. Maybe it's like those times when things are so intense you can't help but laugh. You know, like at funerals and stuff. They went through all the trouble of depicting that. Talk about going overboard. Is that the instance? Or is this the instance one? No, wait, what? Where's the instance? I examined the monks by accident. On the left. Oh, you could do it like this? I didn't realize we had the room look. This is a grape juice Inga was drinking. He was probably nervous before his meeting with Dirk, so he drank grape juice. I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. Wright told me all about it when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. Really? Are you sure he was talking about regular, plain old grape juice? Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in. Right. Let's just leave it at that. Good old little reference to that. Where's the instance thing that I'm looking for? Oh, hold on. Let me read the instance. Dina spots something buried in the ashes. Wait. Talking about this? Oh! Okay. It's full of ash. This must burn incense in here. So I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put their incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up? Don't be silly, Athena. The answer's simple. The ash is a product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine. Okay, so it's not this one. It's the one on the right. Okay, I was like confused what it meant. It doesn't mean turn the room. It means like look at the incense. It's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner. Why is the one on the right talk about that? Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is. The gemstone. Is that a gemstone? I wonder what is doing it here. I've got I got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess I wouldn't do any harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins? You know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You're sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was just about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. No, that'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's one of his gemstones, yeah. It's not a gem, it's a button, albeit a very expensive one, from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gone in there somehow. See? Every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait. What's this? What's with this suit? See here on the gemstone. Hey, you're right. Caked in suit. Alright. So that's out the way. Go back and examine the statue on the left and the right. Statue on the left and the right. Oh, these guys. Yeah. Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Oh. One of the statues in a row on the right is broken, but you can't get a good view. Rotate to the left. Ah. And examine the broken statue. One of these statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. What the fuck is all this here? Oh my god, there's more. Alright, I guess examine everything here. Examine one of the Magatamas. Let's go with this one. The Magatama, I think, did it come from the broken statue? Look, Apollo, there's another one. Okay, so it counts both of them. But the other statue only the other statues only have one each. Hey, you're right. Maybe the statue was special or something. Okay, so let's see here. So this counts as check, right? Okay, perfect. It looked like it fell. Examine the bullet above one of the. So this one over here. Yep. I had a feeling. It's like so precise. Hold up. There you go. Yeah, precise. I have to be with that. Look, there's a bullet here. It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker but missed, and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks to be a match to his gun. Rifling marks? Aren't those... Oh, shall I explain? The science behind it is absolutely fascinating. No, we're good. Lawyers. I think they're so smart. You do realize we can hear you. There's something shiny here. Let me see. Examine it right away or leave it to be. And then the other pistol, then examine the sparkling object. Yeah, this one right here. There's something shiny down there. Ah, it's a pendant. There's blood on it. I wonder who it belongs to. All we know is it's not the victim's. No one in the royal family recognized it. Emma, did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one. That's too bad. But the blood turned out to be the victim's. That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. Might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. Pink butterfly. Alright. Got that. We can back out now. Yep, now we can examine even more stuff here. My god, this room is full of examination. Zoom out to examine the door. The door? Someone could have hid behind these curtains. Here, I'll go give it a try. Well, can you tell I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's the perfect hiding place. We did it, Apollo. We solved the case. Nice. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the royal guard searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in. They said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga, Dirk, and Miss Faye. Well, back to drawing board, I guess. My brilliant detective destroyed in 3 sentences. You bring up the possibility of someone hiding. Examine the chair, and I guess this was where Maya was sitting. Whoops. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look. You try to cover every angle possible here. Slide the touchscreen, or use. Oh, fuck it. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, that's fucking weird. All right, this is a new little feature. Examine the chair. Examine the chair and rope. Poor Miss Faye, she must have been tied up to this chair. I can't just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. Would have been torture for you, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. If by that you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. These are the ropes. I bet you didn't know, but I happen to be a bit of an escape artist myself. Trucy showed me how to do her rope escape trick. And why would you bother learning something like that? Because we're always getting into trouble when working cases with Mr. Wright. So I thought it might come in handy someday. Well, I guess you're right about that. Miss Faye could have definitely used that knowledge. That's right. So now you just sit right here and we'll get started. One in the world gave you the idea I wanted to learn. Alright, let's see here. Examine the chair and the rope. Finally, move the camera to the right and examine the bloodstain on the chair leg. This. Oh my god. There you go. Like very like pinpoint accurate. Look, there's a bloodstain on the one on the chair here. Here, whatever. Really? I mean legs. Yeah. Hey, you're right. I completely missed that. Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg. I wonder what it's doing there. I have some lumino here. Why don't you do some testing around it? Am I doing this correctly? Let me like spray around the rope. Ah. Look. It was cleaned off. Interesting. Oh. The bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. Emma, is this Minister Inga's blood? Hold on 1 second. Huh, that's strange. I didn't get a match. So then, whose blood is it? Dirk and Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know. The blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that's strange too. Mysterious bloodstain added to court record. Okay. Okay, go back. Examine the sarcophagus bloodstain. This is the, yeah. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Once again, Emma debunks your theories. Say that the guards are checked. Hold up. Go back, examine the sarcophagus curtain. Once again, I'm missing something. Or maybe not. Hold up. I don't think I examined this. My current, I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places the royal guards checked after storming in. Wow, they really thought thorough. Well, yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with almost frightening amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said, "Very interesting, it's like one of those locked room mysteries. Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work." Examine the paintings on the wall, then rotate the opposite side. Wait, huh? A baby on a lotus blossom. That's one strange painting. Apparently, that's part of the mural depicting the life of and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that baby's supposed to be Amara. This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is that Dirk? Why does he have horns? My best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. He's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her. Well, he was successful since they got married, after all. This is all Athena saying this shit. The mirror continues on the opposite wall. I assume you just continue it. Is this supposed to be Amara's channeling a spirit? Looks like a spirit of some country's sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. She's on fire. This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. He really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. Is that supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? Anyway, I guess this is the last one. Excuse me. I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending. Yeah, except nobody came out of this story happy. Okay, hold up. Examine the table at the far end of the room. It looks like Inga was drinking grape juice. Yes, we got that one already. Whoop. I keep thinking I'm using D-pad to move around for like going around the room, like, or just like move my cursor. Examine the blood on the sarcophagus. Examine. Wow, it's covered in blood. Would a blood splatter this large and must have gotten all over the killer too? Come to think of it, there was blood on Dirk's clothes. There's circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I concluded if I were a cop, too. Why are things always so bleak for me? Okay, we got that out the way. Examine the blood on sarcophagus with the splatter that large and blah blah blah. Examine the body outline to get a closer look of it. Alright, let's look. Guess this is where Inga collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. Wow. Examine... Examine the knife. Examine cell phone. Examine the gun. Okay, so we're pretty much going in the order that we see the things. So this is the murder weapon. Emma, did you find any prints on it? Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one of Dirk's samadhi. That's not good. Were there any others? There was one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who had handled the knife. Oh, and another piece of unhelpful info to add to the ever-growing pile. Examine the cell phone. I'll back it. We've already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. Well, I guess I got the body now. I think that's like the last one you examined, yeah. He was stabbed right in the back. The poor guy was practically skewered. What's he wearing on his arm? Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs. They look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they're armed for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way when handling documents. Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now they're just one of the many traditional things that people do without knowing why. Oh, I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Oh, your oh, your psychology. If we're going there. Or your psychology. If we're going there, I think that's how I'm supposed to read it. I happen to know why I started. Thank you very much. All right, time to. Okay. Is it precise? Oh. Wonder if it's Inga's cell phone. It should be. His fingerprints are all over it. Do you know if he talked with anyone recently? There were a few call logs between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police who were directly under the minister's control. You mean like spies? I don't think that's quite it. Okay, not really much info from that. And the gun. So the minister was armed, huh? It's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently. But it won't be firing anything anytime soon, huh? He was carrying a broken gun around for show. No, we recovered a bullet here, which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired its last round. Thing is, the gun chambers are all empty. Yet that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. That is strange. Where did the other 3 go? Maybe Dirk ate them. We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictability shocking answer. Alright. So we got everything for the body. I think we've covered just about everything, didn't we? We did. Maybe we should go over what we've learned so far. Okay. For starters, we're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of the tomb being locked, it was being cordoned or cordoned. off by the royal guard, and after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right, in addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. The curtain around the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on one side. The blood must have also gone on the killer when they stabbed the minister from behind. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. This is not good. So what we know so far is things could have been worse for our case, and that's still an understatement somehow. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Oh, you two are done here. I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot? It's just easier if you're not here when His Ephemeral Holiness arrives. Ah. Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Samadhi. Detective Sky, it seems you've spoken at length with these two lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course. Like a hawk. They didn't touch a single thing. Ha 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 ha. Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Nayuta. Do you really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, Nayuta, wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him. Huh? Oh, right behind you. Alright. We got, Did we get the tomb crime photo? Oh, when he died. Yeah, we got that photo. Okay, move to the royal residence. Now, this would be the deciding factor if I do end up cutting you here or afterwards. Grand Palace. Yuta, will you stop already? What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I fail to see why I should. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold it! Nayuta, are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, then there's no harm in listening, right? Very well, speak. And make it quick, there's much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? Oh. You finally get Nayuta to settle down and listen to you. And you're playing, hey, for people who are playing for achievements on this game, examine the overturned urn to obtain the always on the defensive achievement. Otherwise, talk to Nayuta. So, if you are playing for the achievement, this. Look at that. Just cause, whatever. You know what? Hold up. I'll even examine it, because it's really no point if... This overturned urn has spilled water everywhere. Everything around is soaking wet. Don't look at me. Rightly or wrongly, I'm guessing Athena's the type who gets blamed for a lot of things. And the more people accuse her, the more defensive she becomes. Even to the point of preemptively denying any wrongdoing. I said it wasn't me! I never said it was! Okay, that's a good achievement. Alright, now we can talk to them. Alright, here. We got 2 dialogue sections here. So I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor. She did. That would make it hard to say now. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? Ah. You speak of love and sentiment. I guess so. I do not deny such human emotions, but the law is the law. Placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but Civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. The truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. It is that simple. Or would you say otherwise? Like, come on, Apollo, tell him how wrong he is. But don't you, wish it wasn't that way? It appears I wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Samadhi. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. Your putrid red pepper. Ugh. I know I'm right, but did he have to be so eloquent about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words. Apollo, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions like the one you wanted to ask. Who Dirk cares about? Neither, I wanted to ask you about the hostage situation. Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand, and he was using that person along with his hostage as levers in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Well, that's what Inga said. We literally have a phone conversation with it. You kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. My FA ain't my only, how shall I say, insurance, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing my things my way. Got the impression Dirk had no choice, but to follow Inga's demands after he heard that. But who do you suppose this special person is? I wouldn't know. My bracelet's reacting. Hey, Nita, about what you just said. Ouch! My bracelet is crushing my wrist! That really hurts! What the heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. That bracelet reacts to the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. Consider this a warning. I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. It's not like we used it a lot. Such devilry is powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessing. Looks like your special power won't work against Prosecutor Samadhi, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. You're right. Just have to ask Dirk about this. It appears you intend to go through with the trial you have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We are no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nita. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Wright. Unlike someone who can't win. You tell him, Apollo. Is he mad? I can never tell with him. This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or a vegetable. You would be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold? That's pretty harsh. You wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it is too late. I don't care if I end up as a dollop of blue cheese dressing, in my next life. I'm going to defend Dirk in the court. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you will excuse me. Let me see how big this next page is going to be. We could do this next part. We could do part 2. Let me change the title of the stream in a second here. Prosecutor Samadhi knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty. Yet he won't show even an ounce of mercy. Naida, is this the real you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore. Yeah, he was. I would assume he sees Nayuta as his brother, and maybe his older brother because he looks shorter and younger than him. Yes. Executive decision. We're doing part 2. Let me just write it down. Or like change the stream title. There you go. Perfect. So it should now be 2 of 3. Ow! Alright, let's do a quick save here. Oh, we're Phoenix now. Oh, so we should be between Apollo and Phoenix. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. Doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, Wright? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking it all. Glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permissions we have without you. Well, I didn't come all the way to Karain to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. You should prove to be useful to us as well. The autopsy, yep. Tomb diagram. Tomb crime photo added to the court record. I can't thank you enough, Edgeworth. Honestly, I have been so lost without him these past few days. You there, the barb-head lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You're from the Grand Royal Guard, right? I am Lackey, Royal Guard member, and Her Eminence Shoulder Rubber. That's very specific. What does the Royal Shoulder Rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd. I am here for one purpose only. I am to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Guran, Grand Priestess of Karain. Will you comply? The Queen? What could she want with me? Why does he have to shout like that? Can't fathom why Queen Guran would summon you. But I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Rubber, Lackey. Funny that his name is Lackey. Was it? May I join Mr. Wright in his audience with the Queen? My name's Lackey. Or Lackey. La apostrophe key. I'll praise the omnipotent Queen Guran. For she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me. You mean to say Queen Guran sees our every move? Yes, indeed. Her eminent spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? Yes, let's go. Move to the audience chamber. Either we also have the other areas we were doing with Apollo. I was assuming this is just dialogue text and just getting a lot of like conversation stuff out the way. Ooh, I didn't save, so I have to probably skip out throughout the whole conversation. Ah, the barb-head lawyer arrived. We bid you welcome, and you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you. When it comes to cutscenes or just just animation in the fucking like the stream or in the game, it tends to, that's where it'll have like a moment of like I would either crash or not, and I choose to say prior or a little bit right after to when they do crash, just in case. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Is that what people have been saying about me? Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, I'm glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It's alright, there is no need to keep your head bowed all day. Yes, Your Eminence. Rafa's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. So what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. Alright. Get some talking in here. Inga's crimes. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired. So it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Inga had been seeking the Founder's Orb? That's right, he wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool. Ow. That is a lie, I say. Father would have never done such a thing. But he did abduct Maya. I would not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You will pay for this. You... Ow, please, Your Benevolence. That is quite enough, Rafa. We understand your feelings, but we fear he speaks the truth. Well, we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? Believe he was seeking the orb as a means to obtaining spiritual power, and with it he intended to usurp the throne. Mother? What do you mean, Your Eminence? Inga was planning a coup, for he was dissatisfied with the current administration, and his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. The secret police. They came up during the High Priestess murder trial too. An elite force under the direct command of Minister of Justice, in this case Inga. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group. Indeed, Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army. He intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. So Your Eminence had no control over them. As much as it shames us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry you have had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father... Sorry, I'm like fixing my stream on my phone. There you go. But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassinations. For in Khura'in, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne. I see, that explains why Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Orb. Bard 1, do you recall the man known as Peacelubin Addiston? Yeah, sure. What about him? He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had brought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb and covered up the theft. And then sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all come together. So that's how I connected with him, okay. They captured the infamous villain Dirk Samadhi. It may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day. Hail her to her eminence. Love their smiles. Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Her eminence spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. See how her cronies would be elated as a prospect. But the queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Father. Rafe, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago. The one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder of arson. Hold up. Your sister? Huh. Okay, I'm sorry to maybe click something. And the way how she's acting. Alright. Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. That event also set the stage for you to become queen. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions. The longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. Interesting. That her Interesting that that's her husband's position, or at least it was. When you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Samadi was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people. But he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case, I see. But when the truth of his fabrication and the assassination of the Queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Oh, fuck. Now, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Kurain, the Hall of Justice is a secret space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. That's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. You see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's a possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as the prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path. Furthermore, here in Kurain, we have the Divination Seance, and so it is we no longer need lawyers for the deed to not lie. Well, in the short time I've been here, I've been back false charges twice, and I found the cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, so to say the least. Ho ho ho! Oh, this is a new expression. Such relentless rhetoric. Your reputation precedes you, Barbed One. Precedes you. It feels as if we ourselves were being cross-examined. Oh no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that some feel the Defense Culpability Act is necessary evil at best, but it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. You consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, and sure. The fact that the following is passage, the crime rate here in Kurain dropped markedly, I don't know. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act. Really, none at all. Right, why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law, after all. Yeah. Phoenix can't help but just debate. About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing. I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there is the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you mean Apollo? From his odd hairstyle, may we assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother. No! You've got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. Dirk's. Royal Guard. Your Eminence. What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence, we'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over the bazaar. That was weird, the little loading. Ah, what was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of the local bird known as the warbad. A bird? That sounds like that. It sounds like that. Sounds more like a beast than a bird if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry. You know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before. Well, it's more than unusual, it's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. Oh, is the bird that one in the back right there, the warbad? If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Ah! Is that a gunshot? Starry up, PW. What was that? That's Tenshi. The Flying Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps. Uh-huh. And you need those, why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. But on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough like. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the High Priestess fake murder / suicide, people are calling it the DCA tragedy. And it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully this means Trust's death won't be in vain after all. So how exactly is it a handful of firecrackers going to be of help to you guys anyways? Simple. First I supply them to our fellow rebels, then use them as a diversion when we need to shake Goran's goons. Huh. Like this. Whoa! You cut that out. I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you. Your reaction, that was priceless, PW. Guess I startled that warbad too. Miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there. You are one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes! Take that! Eek. The man's gone, and he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Barbhead, your benevolence. What can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. Well, I can understand why you'd feel like that, but it was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him. And how do you know that? I just do, because the Holy Mother guides me. And as the royal priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is how Rayfar expresses her senses of duty. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the royal priestess's wisdom. That's the best news I've heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rayfa by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edward? As you wish, Wright. Excellent. Then let us begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose this false charge for what it is if it is the last thing I do. Could it be is the reason she's so defensive about Inga because she's so daddy's girl? Barbhead, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me. Alright, I guess we're going to the royal residence. Wait, she's sure in a hurry. Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well. Yeah, maybe you can kill two birds with one stone. Rayfel's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. Alright, move to the royal residence. And then we go to the private quarters right after. Do I have to examine that? I do have to examine that, okay. Now we could figure out which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters. That's where we'll find Rayfa. Before we do anything, hey Edward, how you doing? There are footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kinda end. I wonder who made them and where they went. This overturned urn spilled its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? It's like, don't blame her for this. Examine the footprints leading from the urn itself, and the extravagant house next to it. Okay, so you do have to examine the house. Now that's what I call extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step, Wright. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. I think someone's in there. Father. Is that Princess Rafa? There were still so many things I wish I had to tell you. She's always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father. Princess Rafa, are you in there? Ah, just a moment. I'll be right out. I see you finally are here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence, maybe you should rest for a minute first. You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, I mean, yes, sorry. I couldn't help overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. You stupid, stupid barbhead. Ouch! You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. Ugh, I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the Crown Princess waiting. Oh, sorry. This is my father's residence. I have already unlocked it so you can go in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water all over there. A dingbat dog? That's right, the yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. Wonder how it got into the area. Do you know what it looks like? I have better things to do than to memorize what some stray dog looks like. Anyway, it's not worth talking about. Let's search out my father's room, shall we? I really hope she's alright. Guess we're going into the quarters now. Alright, we got some things in here. Okay, yeah, so part 1 and 2, I think I could actually manage to be like, we include in one whole stream. Like, actually. Grand Palace, Inga's private quarters. What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. Guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. The staff keeps getting in the way. Nana? Oh. Huh? Where's Nana? Normally. Yeah, she just comes through. She comes running whenever Rafa calls. That's right, Nana is what? Oh well, you, Barbhead, come hold this staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy and I'm tired of holding it. How does Nana put up with this day in, day out? I'll just set it over here for now. Alright. Let's talk. No kidnapping. Barbhead, I, the royal priestess of Kurain, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will. Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb, but it was not for the purpose of the coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake. The Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Inga was a kidnapper. Ah, but I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Oh. New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story. Is he really trying to obtain the orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. Nana. Your benevolence, I noticed Nana isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2, that's about an hour before the murder. Indeed, of all the times for this to happen, she only comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know? Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nana, I hope she is alright. Rachel seems really worried for Nana. Tomorrow's seance. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance. Who else if not I? Good point. Thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experience in their final moments. So tomorrow, Rachel will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else. What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No. Never mind, I misspoke. Divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess, and it is one I intend to fulfill. There's that word, duty. Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, the role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Performing the divination science is very important for a priestess, but duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Nana and Rafa. Your benevolence, has Nana served you long? Yes, she has been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I have heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? That almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed, but that is simple. That is a simple fact of life when your mother is busy being queen. Nana takes care of my every need. She was my teacher in all things as well. April's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in such respects. Could that be the result of Nana's teachings? Nana, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Nana will never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that Nana's connected to this case in some way. With the way the information kind of devolved, yeah. Alright, time for some examining. Let's see what we can find. Examine the shoe prints. Off to a great start, because I saw that right off the bat. There are some muddy shoe prints here, come to think of it. There was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry, that means they're at least several hours old. And someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. For our servants clean this room each day. Here in Korean, we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to the morrow. Mine is, why clean up today when you can leave for tomorrow? Phoenix and me, bro. Phoenix and me. He's just like me, for real. Examine the ink pad on the syringe on the table. Wait, huh? Examine the ink pad and the syringe. Okay, so first the ink pad. This notepad must belong to Inga. Let's see. That is a gaudy chair. Like, what the fuck? That's strange. Inga's notes, Nana. Purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix, right. Spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here. Why would he bother doing this? I'm afraid that even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. It's as though he was taking down description of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of, anyway. What a brilliant deduction. One fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. Heh, that's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edward's right. They do look like, dictation notes? But, I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who he must have seen every day? A little bit of a side note to keep in hand. Fucking, what is this, bro? Man is doing the drogas. It's a syringe and a vial. Those were from my father's back, or my back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was practically unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Ooh. Yes, my father said his back pain could knock him off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Oh, we can't have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to the chiropractor as soon as I get home. Examine the ink pad and the syringe. The syringe was an immature painkiller. The painkiller shots are at the court record. Examine the chair. The chair itself. Yeah, this fucking funny chair. This chair looks like it was modeled after Inga's suit jacket. The backrest even has those fancy buttons on this. I'd imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on. Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from terrible back pain, you see. I wondered if it really works. Alright, we got that. Examine the chair. Containing cerebral problem characteristic. It looks like dictation. Yeah, especially in the name eyes. Okay. Wait. Ink pad. Oh, this, right? This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister stamp. His insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Because I was like, that's a notepad, so I'm missing the ink pad. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? Maybe, who knows? Examine the gold bust. Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. See, I know I was right using the word gaudy. Right? My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? It's pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp of his. Hey, the stamp is a little loose. Oh! Ah! Look, there's a secret safe inside. Oh my, to think such a thing was here all this time. Rats, looks like we'll need the combination to get in. Alright, examine the gold bust, the stamp, there's a little combination for. Finally, examine the bed and the bottle by the window. So examine the bed, and the bottle by the window. So that's the window. Okay. That's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I slept on nothing but hard floors since coming to Crane. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again. Then take it. It's yours if you wish. We'll have to clean this room out. Anyway, now that my father's gone. But don't you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need his spirit haunting me late at night. Do you suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more? This is Rafa. I honestly don't know how to answer that. That was kind of deep, like real shit. What's this? Jesus Lebel. Never thought I'd see this brand again. Oh, is it from the previous guy? From like, I don't know if it was the last game or the game with Apollo. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color. Color jet black. I wonder if Inga was going gray. Here, Edward. Maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. He's like, you're getting some grays in there. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside the safe. Any idea what the combination might be, Your Benevolence? I like that there is a... Yeah. For Dual Destinies. So if you're looking at the guide on Strategy Wiki, the Phoenix Wright games and this part right here, once it gets to that just choose Lebel, it's and then it's like dot 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 sounds familiar question mark, and then it's highlighted in blue, so and it gives you a link to the case of that, like, of where it comes from, which is very cool. It comes from Dual Destinies. I like that. I like that little feature. All right, none whatsoever. Looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. But it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Inga would use as a combination. Rayfa's birthday. When's your birthday, Your Benevolence? You are wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday. Ah, come on. It's worth a shot. Fine. December 24th. Oh, it just passed. Happy birthday, Rayfa. Christmas Eve. Well, let's give it a try. 1224. Oh! Ah! It opened! It did! Yep, and it looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Something meant to mislead would be thieves, no doubt. Still, it was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such a easily guessed combination. Why, Father? Why my birthday? Because he loves you? Okay, so maybe he's not entirely bad. Maybe there was something in play for him. Maybe he was trying to get the orb for Rayfa. Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rayfa. Ah, the sentimental things. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There are some other papers in here. Grand assassination plan. Once I poison the queen, the throne will be mine. The spiritual power I obtain from the treasure will back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a close watch on Quran. Okay. So he was just a loving, doting father, but he did want the power to himself and all this shit. This is the plan for his coup d'etat. What? Give me that. I don't understand. It seems Justice Minister Inga was plotting the assassination of the queen. This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother. Poor Rayfa, this has come to as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo here too. It's of a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragon's brand. Oh my god! Is Rayfa the child of fucking, this man Dirk and, Amara? Yo, that would be insane if it is. Wait. That's... Your Benevolence? How can this be? Princess Rayfa. She's looking incredibly pale. Benevolence, are you alright? Alright. Alright? How can I be alright, huh? All that I have believed. It was all lies. I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck are you talking about? Can I ask who this woman is in this picture? How should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on. Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. That has to be her actual mother, and she just doesn't want to believe it right now. Mother? Huh? I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding. What secret? I must go. Goodbye. We should probably close the thing. Wait. What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. Wonder who the lady is in this picture. Stop! Stop, Shadow! Come back! Oh my god. Wait, that sounds like Albie and Shadow. That's odd. Comments aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. We should probably close the thing! Alright, move to the royal residence. Alright, we're almost done with this part, and then we'll call it a stream from there. And YouTube, you'll get the continuing right after. To the Garan Palace. Wait. Royal Palace. No, what? Move to the royal residence. Okay, I was like, wait, what? I am not gonna lie, chat. I'm getting hungry. All I had today was a coffee, and that was it, really. Ah! Edgeworth! It's okay. I hope the pupper is fine. Hope one of you has a good explanation for this. I'm so sorry. Hi, Albie. No, Shadow, bad dog. Leave the man's frilly thingamajig alone. If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat. Right away, sir. Just hold on still. Just hold still and... Stop pulling like that, you'll only stretch the fabric. Come on, Shadow, let go of this, of his cramacalit. This isn't working. I'll just have to pull it harder then. 1, 2, wait. What are you? 3. Come out! I need... What? Are you trying to kill me? Oh, I need air. I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he snuck in here again today and stole some weird-looking hat. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. You're a very bad dog. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. Alright, let's talk to Albie real quick. That frilly hat. Albie, could I see that hat again? Sure. Wait, isn't this... Nana's? Isn't this Nana's hat? But I thought she'd disappear, or she'd disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Albie, how exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It all started while we were on the walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly Dad's popped out of a manhole. Alright. Huh. Whoa! A fan of the Fine Dragons. Ha. That's our ball is here. Hey, you want to join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back, dog of the Grand Regime. Huh? But this is my dog, Shadow. Define Dragon Secret Weapon, Dragon Snot Snaps. Achoo! Whoa! Ugh. Aw, man, the look on your face, that was classic. Albie. A sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow, and he ran off into the crowds. Ah, Shadow, come back here. That'll teach you, Garan's lapdog. You there, what do you think you're doing? Not good. What the fuck is he on? That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. That happened right around 2 p.m., if I remember correctly. I'm not even going to pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him, here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 p.m. That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nana supposedly went missing after that murder. Or the murder. And this would place her here at the palace at around 2 p.m. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around the time too. Something amazing. What's that something amazing, Albie? So Albie, what was it you saw that was amazing? So amazing. I saw Her Eminence Queen Garan channeling a spirit. Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold a sacred rite. Oh, can you tell me more? Of course. I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 p.m. today. Got lost on the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Oh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into the small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw her transform right before my eyes. I was so excited I had to take a picture of it. You took a picture? I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't explain how myself. Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint. Our channeling rite ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me. You could have been arrested again, you know? Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who took it. I worry about his future sometimes. Come to think of it, how did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? Not open to commoners after all. Allow me to explain. I'll be like, I got this! There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck. You don't say. Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged and there's a hole I can just make it through. Go on. Bet you didn't know they have some really tasty food here. Oh, then this isn't your first time in here, huh? Trespassing is illegal, you know? No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just I want to help change this kingdom. What do you mean? Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking like maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too. Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Korean's legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yeah, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would have suffered the same fate as I under the Defense Accountability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of the fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... The DC Act led to the false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide. That trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. It seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I knew there had to be something I could do to help, and that's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just wanted to do my part. The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on even with one so young. Right, the momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree. It's just of a matter of when. I agree, and the public's perception of the Defiant Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that, even if it's for a good cause. It's not right. Okay, I won't do it again. Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischief. When I say you, I mean Shadow. Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Nice try, Albie, but proof is literally right in front of us. Is it the urn? Albie says he didn't get into any more missions, but you know that's examine the toppled urn. Albie, you wouldn't have to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Ah, because her benevolence told me something rather interesting. Be careful, some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water all over there. Dingbat dog, that's right, the yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it? I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry, I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that. No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that, so let's try So let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie? Okay, Mr. Wright, I almost forgot. Oh, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours. Really? Now, it seems your little friend thinks all of us Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right? What exactly did their hair look like? There was a guy with two crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae. And there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg. Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena. What were they doing? They were racing through the bazaar with the Grand Royal Guard in hot pursuit. Wait, what? Why were they being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're all right. Sorry for not mentioning it before. It's just kind of slipped my mind. Even though it's just like, I think I don't need to do an intro since they have a whole video thing. But yeah. I guess we're starting here. Hey YouTube, we're back. So this is a continuation from last week. And I finally got a proper intro for you guys of when it transitions to the next game. But let's continue for where we left off. I don't remember what happened at all last week. Huff puff. Huff puff. Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again. Quick, hide. Hey, where'd Hornhead and Spidey here go? Spidey here? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here. Apollo, that weird looking bird over there, did it just... Yeah, it did. It's called a warbad, and you know what? I'll tell you all about it later when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out, wherever you are. Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you. Figures they're after the orb. They don't want to know what they'll do to us if we're captured. The grill us in those obnoxious loud voices. I'd cave after the first hour and confess to whatever they wanted, truth or no. Come out now, you foreign devils. This has gone far enough. You must not keep Her Eminence waiting any longer. We've got to get out of here. There must be a safe place to hide somewhere. The manhole, which is over here. Look, a manhole. Ah, that's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure, I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Oh, where are we going? Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there? It smells like rotten eggs. And are those rats I hear? We got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late. It's going to take forever to get this stench out of my hair. Today's is going to be a short stream of just this part alone. I don't plan on prolonging too much, mostly due to the fact that I did end up streaming late for Twitch. YouTube, you're going to get like the part right after this, like straight away, once I edit everything together. Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why did they not all huddled over in the corner like that? Ah! That's... AJ! What the heck are you doing here? Garan's Royal Guards are after us. Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good, but since when am I a part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo. Oh! Mr. Wright, what are you doing here? We saw you two go into that manhole. You narrowly escaped the guard's notice. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I had thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Alright, I'm the boss. So what is this dubious hovel we found ourselves in, anyway? The Defiant Dragon Safe House, also known as the former Samadhi Law Offices. I see. Well, it might just be happenstance or whatever. Here I am, a chief prosecutor hiding out in a rebel base. Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena, stop moping over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, maybe some soap. I'm sorry I even asked. Alright. Let's do a quick save, because we did transition from screen to screen, I believe. Okay. Yep. Examine the law book, which is this right here, I believe. This is Dirk's old law book. Look, there's a mark on the cover. It looks like it was branded on with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Compatibility Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here, see? In the name of our eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Also, this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about. Yep, that one line. Literally, that's been the bane of existence in this area. Dirk's logbook is at the court record. Examine the file on the table, which is this right here. I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. The arson incident involving Amaro's private residence. Amaro was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Oh, hold on. It seems to be a collection of documents and information on Amaro's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where did he get all this? Anything important here? Page 20. Oh. Apollo's roving magician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. What about this? Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in the incident and lost his life. What? It's about your father, Apollo. Looks like it. But I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad. My real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. After seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. Wonder if Dats could tell me anything about him. Time to learn about Daddy Justice. Wow, this file looks like it might be useful. But there are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all of this, and I think I know just the person to ask. I would assume Dirk. Amara assassination. Yeah, examine the board with pictures. The board with pictures? Oh, this one. Who's the kid? Me and Ayuda. Wait a second. That's you, Apollo. I didn't recognize those horns anywhere. They were small before. Is that really the only way anybody recognizes me? Yeah, you were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? That's Nayuda, back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories. That was taken the day we all went out fishing. What was Prosecutor Samadhi like when he was younger? He was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Kurain for the better. But now he's nothing more than Garan's lackey. Seems like Dats has a lot to say about Nayuda. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. Then we examine the pictures, examine everything else for some flavor text. Alright. That's what, what's with the altar? It's where we pay our, it's where we pay our respects to the victims of the Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. There's a scary looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it and whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? Ew, is that a newt? Come on, Athena, can't you tell a gecko when you see one? What's the difference? Geckos like to live in houses, while newts prefer to be outside near water. They're totally different creatures. Well, how do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? It could very well be a gecko. No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt. Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo? I fell right into her trap. No, she did the reverse psychology. You're both wrong. It's just a plain old lizard. I'm surprised to see so many appliances here. There's even a TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people of Kurain quite a shock when the Plum Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm was last on TV. You mean that show where actors played the parts of Dirk and Rafa? You hijacked that in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep. All the writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragon's good name. So we decided to hit him where it hurts. Har har har. That must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who waited all week to see it. I mean, the show's main villain was actually hijacking the very show that he is in. There was something weird here for a moment. It might have been the gecko thing. Or lizards, I don't know. Dirk's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually suit you. Really? There's also a spare eye patch here. Why not try that on, too? Hehehe. Sorry. Just picturing you and all that is just too funny. Ow, my pride. Ow, my pride. Samadhi Law Offices, that's a sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dats. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. That it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned trials upside down, snatching victory from the jaws of Defiant. His fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Kurain back in the day. Now the day comes when he can proudly display that sign again. This sign again. What's with all the spider webs, Sats? Don't you ever clean the place? Not the webs. Oh shit. Sorry. Not the webs. We have what you call a symbiotic. Oh my god. Symbiotic relationship. They catch the bugs that get in here, and I don't clean them up. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. Fucking referencing a Venom thing. This right here. Wait. Don't tell me we have to go back through the manhole to get out of here. The only reason this safe house is still safe is because the front door's been boarded up. Fine, then I'll just have to live here till the revolution begins. What if I told you rats come out at night? Then we'll just have to start the revolution before sundown. I bet the revolution never thought I'd get a new ally this way. Alright, I think that's all the flavor text we can go around for. Yeah, okay. A little bit more, alright. And then we got, yeah, examine everything, talk to Dats. Let's scroll down a bit. Samadhi Law Offices. So Dats, you guys are still using this office, I see. Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, we must keep it for the day when Kurain needs lawyers once more. Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause. Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you will come back and take over this office someday. Take over? Me? Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. There, guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. Must have been because of you, Dirk. I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me. What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps. Haha. Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Khura'in and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though. Dirk really said that. Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad. But not a day went by that he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of it. Doesn't get more parental than that, Dirk. And to think, I really did spend my days trying to forget you. I'm looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. Let's go. He's rebuilding his relationship with his father. That's good. It's really good for Apollo. That wasn't, well, his foster father, but, you know, he counted him as a dad because he was raised by him while he was, like, very young. Dads, wasn't Yuta once part of the Fine Dragon? Yep. Yuta was a rising star in the resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Did he become a prosecutor and give Inga and Goran the smackdown they deserve? But now he's, yeah, a puppet of the Goran regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own father. It doesn't add up. I wonder what happened to him. Me too, but if I had to guess, I'd say Goran has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. It seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say. Yuta is suffering. Yes, he knows the rightful state of Khura'in's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Goran's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, I bet Yuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. Okay, and then we do present Mara's assassination file, which is all the way to the end. Yep. That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. Got it memorized. See this page? Definitely worth a look. Oh, here you go. As a son of the terrorist Dirk, Yuta was expelled from the royal family. Right, because the mother was Queen Queen Amara, and he's the child of. Yeah, okay, that now it's starting to fit. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Khura'inese people. Oh, that's right. Prosecutor Samadhi was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Yep, but he was expelled after the whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though. Because the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing. Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, Yuta no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That must have been really hard on him. Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you can break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. Despite all that, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor to working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Khura'in. And that's the Yuta I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get to where he is today. Okay, we got the important things, I guess. Alright, so that's one thing. Present the photo of my father. I think that's like one of the first things. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about this photo, this picture. That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Dads, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. My father. My father. You know, this had voice acting. I think Apollo could be voiced by the voice actor that was for Trunks. I don't know, something kind of fits for that, but not like entirely. Like I need maybe like an adjustment. Like not overall Trunks, but you could hear the Trunks, you know? And don't know why, but the moment fucking Dad said got it memorized, he could be Quinton Flynn. Just for that one, like that shit. He's like, I got it all memorized. That's just probably just for that part that I'm like, maybe yeah, but who knows? Do you know what biological father? Bleh, do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels. This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in a blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago. That's right, Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, JJ. They hit it off at a bar. The next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some tunes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo. You were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame your pops just having to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you. Oh, I just realized I forgot about his mom, and I just realized that yeah, his mom was also like a musician. So that kind of fits with the theme of both parents being musicians, while Chushi's parents are somewhat both magicians type shit. Yeah. Considering the lady did have 2 different children, but it was due to circumstances. It's not like she, you know, was fucking around. She just, it was the time and place and properly. Because if Apollo was a baby, Juicy didn't exist yet at that point. Probably when he was in the photo with Dirk and Ayuda, I think that's when maybe Chushi started to exist. This is all like speculation at this point. I'm just fucking kind of trying to connect everything. So, considering Chushi and Apollo are half siblings. Same mother, different fathers. Like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. All your pop's stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice. Jangly Justice is fucking dope. Oh, or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we know of now. What about my mother? Do you know anything about her? All we know is she was traveling with your pops. But that day, she was off doing something on her own. So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you've gone missing. No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed, they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out too, but we never found her. And with your father's stuff all burned up, we had 0 leads, not even a photo. You know what's crazy? Phoenix is in this fucking room, and he's like, I may have a way to contact her. Like, he's just thinking about it. He's like, And with your father's stuff all burned up, and we had 0 leads, not even a photo. So that's how I became an orphan. Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper, and maybe she figured you died along with your pops. Wow, I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo. So then you believe me. You believe in my son's innocence. Your poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm forever in your debt. Who's that? Hey there, Miss Inmi. Mrs. Inmi. Hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Mrs. Inmi. Mrs. Inmi, please don't forget about our case too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. What's Mrs. Enemy doing here? She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people. So she's trying to help the revolution along, in her own special way. Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who have been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for justice chance. And they're starting to speak out in support of us. The people are responding and the grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of evolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. I got it. Why don't you hold on to it? It should be safe here, right? You can count on me. I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. What now, Apollo? Well, we got a handle on the what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go in in too large of a group. There you go. And then we move to the detention center. Alright. Let's see here. There, son. Came to see your old man again. Hi, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you. Yeah, do you think Nayuda might have cut his old man a little slack, but no. He really laid into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. And I wouldn't tell them where it was. He confiscated what few possessions I had left. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him. Sorry. Talk. Nayuda. He confiscated all of my prized jailbreaking tools. What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. Wonder why. Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. Your attorney's badge. Your Koreanese attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuda Apollo, I vow to restore Kurain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. Good fathers. He was always saying stuff like that to two of us. Nayuda, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too. Really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold onto it, Apollo. I'm placing my faith in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. Okay. Present the pink butterfly pendant. I found it in the tomb. Look familiar. That's... Dirk? Where did you find it? Down between the monk statues in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? Wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Oh, right, I'll give it a try. And then, yeah, someone dear to Dirk. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who was he talking about? He just seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I have no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. Oh, someone you really care about that isn't a Yuta. Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now and there will never be another. Ah, my bracelet. Wait, does this mean? Dirk, have you really not met somebody new? Give me a second. Perceive Dirk's forearm. The way he started moving his fucking hand. Hold up, though. In the sling. The sling. Something pressed up against his jacket when he talked about Amara being gone. Oh, hold up. Said object is just his pendant, but notice the button on it. Oh! My dumbass. It's talking about this one right here. This one again. That's on me. That's on me. I'll take that blame. So when he says, but she's gone now. Oh, yeah. Gotcha! Dirk, you seemed tense when you said that Amara was gone now. To the point where your arm was moving around. What are you talking about? You're hiding something up your sleeve, aren't you? Huh? What's with these wild allegations? I'm not hiding a thing. My arm had an itch, that's all. Itchy arm, my butt. I'll just have to take an extra close look at his tics and confront him with something he can't explain his way out of. Wait, did I get it wrong? Perceive Dirk's forearm in the sling, something pressed up against his jacket. Oh, I almost missed that. Dirk, you can't fool me. You tense up when you said, but she's gone now, and you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling there's no other woman. Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? Huh? That's the pendant we found in there Amara's tomb. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Hey, what's the button for? Whoa! Yeah. It's a picture of Dirk and some lady, and she's really young looking, too. Mund. Huh? Are you into younger women, Dirk? Heh, Dirk, you old dog. You got yourself a younger lover. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara, before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger, too. Hey, you're right. Oh, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it, isn't this woman the same as the one in this independent photo? It's somewhere around this one.
Take that!
The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo. Apollo, where do you get this? From the safe in Inga's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why the photo couldn't be 23 years old. The book. I hope that counts. Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Divine Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Garan came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. So then, how could Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive? Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? Oh, that's crazy. This is getting crazy. Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive only to be held captive by the Garand regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true. Yes, I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle. So then, the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty. Yes, the entire tomb is one big charade. Garan had it built to stage Amara's death. We're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit. That's a relief. She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Oh, Mr. Samadi, I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Okay. On the run with Amara. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garan must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze, and she believed you. She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read. Bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Samadi. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale. Fucking Athena being a dork. Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garan's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. Snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like. Dirk doesn't need you to know about this. He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nayuta is following Garan's orders? Most likely. Then do you think that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he's not one to show his feelings, and lately I've had no idea what he's thinking. Apollo, we need to grill the queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding, is that Prosecutor Samadi? Not necessarily, it could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know, I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. Hey Dirk, who's the child? Present the woman's photo. We're almost done with this little section. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me? Huh? What are you talking about? See, I told you it was Prosecutor Samadi. Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, if it's Nayuta, it was taken when he was about a year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago. 23 years ago. Pretty good with your numbers, son. Impressive, huh? What kind of answer is that? I guess he doesn't want to reveal who it is. I can put my assumption on it to who it is, but I'm not gonna say anything. Before you go, son, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. I think Phoenix knows, actually, the more I think about it. Am I, like, straight? I just realized that. Hold up. A funny question to ask. Am I straight? Yes, I am straight. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. Something important. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. You can't fool me, Dirk. That's strange. Why isn't my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. You're not joking. I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately, not. Not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now. But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why? Listen, Apollo. I got a favor to ask you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? That's when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my father. Interesting. Thought that this time we'd finally, but now. Damn, that's crazy. Damn it, why? Apollo. Listen, son, I don't have much longer. I really hope they animate the other 3 trilogy games. Because they already did the first 3 trilogy. It's like, you gotta have the Apollo trilogy. I really hope they plan on it sometime soon. But I'll never let them execute me, not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return to a real smile to Nuya's face. I'm going to win this case, I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Forgive me. You'll just have to find out for yourself. That's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. I can see Dirk having the voice actor to this man All Might. I can see that. He kind of gives that vibe, you know? What is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay? I'm fine. Free him now! Release Dirk! What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Huh. Coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Move to Temple. Once I'm here, let me do a quick save as well. We are actually getting to the end of this part of this section. Whoa, what is all this? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, I forgot to save. Damn, that's...
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya? What are they? Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back. Don't hold back, men! Arrest them all!
Yo, that's got hands, bro. Okay, I actually have to save right now before it crashes, because normally it crashes during like a cutscene. Like after a cutscene, I should say. Dirk belongs to the people. I mean, I guess, yeah. Give him back. Yeah, where are you hiding him? Quiet down, you. I have a big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong. Ouch, ouch, stop pulling my hair. Release my son, release him now. Stop that, no biting. This is really something. It looks like Dats and Mrs. Inmi are leading the charge. You unenlightened fool, do you honestly think this will change anything? Yudi, why do you keep serving that witch Garand? It's... Hey, Nayuta! You again. What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. They'll be arrested just for protesting. They're aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. But weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this? I'm simply following the orders about that Her Eminence has handed down. No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Ayuda, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk. I see there is no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak. Dirk. Yuta, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood is just not right. Again with this dribble. Your ethical standards are not the be-all, end-all of the world around you. Not getting into another debate with you. Yuta, did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, you probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, enough of the Zen monk act, Nayuta. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine. Well, I'm not convinced that that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garand's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Nayuta, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere. So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garand regime is holding her captive. No, they are keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held. I only know that it's some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life akin to that of monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuta. Aren't you really doing the queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive. And this whole thing with Dirk, you know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time it's our turn. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Neither Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Oh, understood? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness, you must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Yuta, are you really going to just roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. You must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you excuse me. Apollo. I sense a whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Samadhi just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow, as deep as dark as an abyss. Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit, and ask her about her sister Amara. Alright, let's go to the audience chamber. I guess we're just able to come here. Right. The royal guard isn't around. That is utter hooey. You cannot continue to deceive the people like that. Rafa. Rafa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rafa and Queen Garan over there? You deceived me too, Mother. How can I ever believe a word you say again? You nincompoop. Throwing the hard N out here, Rafa, relax. I'm sorry, Chad, I had to say it too. I'm reading, you know. Your benevolence. I, couldn't help but overhear. You impudent. Ow! Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Rafa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Rafa knows what really happened? That Amara was an assassin and is still very much alive? It would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Garan's lies very well. But that's no surprise, considering how much Rafa reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. We just got here. You there? Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you, if you could spare a moment. Alright. Amara's alive. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not what you speak of. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her and then ran out together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Ho ho ho, what an active imagination you have. A lawyer and a comedian, how droll. Well, where'd they come from? Anyway, if she's going to play dumb, I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Should be this one. Your Eminence, I asked that you take a look at this photo. Why, it's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command. Seems there's no need to perpetuate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. Yep. So then you admit that Amara's still alive? Yes. She is under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept? Now, why would we tell the son of the traitor that? Guess she has a point there. Now heed our warning, Horn Devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? I gotta say, I never had it to begin with. Y'all were just chasing me for no reason. Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. And as his son, we thought you might know something of his current whereabouts. I knew it. Suppose I should thank you for that free running tour in Korean. That was Aurora Guard's own doing. Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb, ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual powers? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret. Yes, it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So we ask you, Horn Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? So you like to play games, do you? You can pat me down! Yes, Your Eminence. Search this devil and his belongings. What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move, you're only making this harder on yourself. Yikes. Hey, cut it out. Oh, what the? Did I lose anything? Paul, don't strip here! Stop resisting! Just submit to your strip search already! No way, hey, cut it out! Excuse me. Ah! I have been thoroughly checked. Rest in pieces, my poor, tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence. So, you have hidden it somewhere. Why are you assuming? No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of a bidding of the accused. Dirk was right, she really is bent on getting that orb. Mother. Looks like the princess is back. I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find the situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know what about that. Rafa, you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in our people, Mother, but it is the royal priestess' duty to always speak the truth, and as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline. Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea. We need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts. Alright. Move to Samadhi. Office. Excuse me. Do a quick save. Okay. Ah, you're back. Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched the Plum Punisher Warrior of New Twilight Realm while you were gone. My verdict is it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Kearney's show. I've already spoke about it in length with. Okay, I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least he seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to the things that actually matter. You guided about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I like that the thought of Edgeworth just being a true Sentai like fan. Like he's heavy on like the Sentai warriors and shit like that all around. So he'll be into Kamen Rider, the Power Rangers. He'll be like all into that shit for real. And I know he would like fucking have notes on every fucking like season and all that shit. That man is a true fan on some real shit. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. Did I click off? The fuck? Hold up, so. Controller, hello? Oh, that's new. Hold up. So if you don't know what just happened, my controller, like the light on the Xbox controller, just like was off, and I'm like, okay, that's a new one. Okay, there you go. I think it's time we go over everything we've learned so far. Alright, what did we learn? About Inga's murder. The orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head. Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. The real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga, and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out, without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. Well, we collected plenty of evidence and statements. Just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. Amara's assassination. This case has one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amar's supposed assassination. Right, we know Amar's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The buyer made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No, that's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of Wright anything agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? Oh, and we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in the very public execution. Yeah. Beat the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway? Don't worry, I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, I'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery. What? No! I want to help. I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon. Well, at least promise me this. You two promise me you'll make it back alive. Make it back alive, huh? What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. And it'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right. Even when it seems hopeless and when there's not a shred of evidence to be found. We can never let it show on our faces, right? But will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? If push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? There you go. '30th month anniversary sub. Let's fucking go. You are 2.5 year subscriber. I hope I updated the subscriber badge things. Eventually, I like how I'm just temporarily using waifus for what's it called, as my badges. Eventually, that will all be changed until I create a logo, but I have no idea for a logo right now. Yeah. Oh yeah, it did update. But yeah. But what's good, Sly? How you doing? Welcome to possibly the last Phoenix Wright stream. I say that because I'm like, I don't know if I'm doing all 3 parts or if I'm just doing 1 and 2. then 3 next week, or 1, then 2, 3 next week. Guess who has a chaotic uni schedule? Tomorrow I have a lot. Damn, and on a Sunday. Alright. You missed a lot, like, for this game and previous trials in general. So you're gonna be very lost for this. That's a struggle. Alright. Accused lobby. Let me save here because we love when cutscenes come out of nowhere and then all of a sudden the game says, I don't like that. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say that the Flying Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to stir us up if we lose. Or string us up, I didn't read it right. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Adopted son, but still nonetheless, thank you. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Real question, what's up? Hey, AJ. Or hey, AJ. I'll do it before. I don't know. I normally do it before when I go, when I have something to do tomorrow. Or like the next day in the morning, I should say. Here you go, just like I promised. Ah, dude, found it. Thank you. Thanks, Dats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Har har har. Oh, never mind, I don't have time. Well, there you go. That sounds way better than where we're staying. I gotta do it before bed. There you go. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayudo said something like it to that effect. That which Guren wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Kurenese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. One day I'll do a Phoenix Wright cosplay. One day. I love Phoenix Wright too much that I choose him out of all the characters to cosplay for sure. I could probably do Miles too. Excuse me. I got my Bloodborne cosplay earlier. That's good. I don't know if I saved. Let the trial of Dirk Samadhi begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecutor's ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nagita. This trial will examine... Excuse me. I'm like burping weirdly. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karko Kurain and the assassination of the former queen Amara Sigtar Kurain. Sigtar. Like sitar? Like a sitar? Like thingy? I sent it to the server? I'll check it out later. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Samadhi? Prosecutor Samadhi? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Samara, it would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Samadi. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son. Could you one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. What is prosecutor somebody who's going against his own father says? How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He is not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha. Telling you, he could have the voice actor of All Might or some shit. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if prosecutor somebody has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Who just objected? Oh, hi. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence. Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh! This bitch. Your Majesty. It would appear that Prosecutor Samadi does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Samadi? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed, funerary grounds. I don't know. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Samadi, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me. But is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, you know, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we. Who's the we? The royal we? Or like... Before we were crowned Queen. She keeps saying... She said this before. She said something like this, like... We... The Queen or some shit like that. Or like, previous parts. We served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. Prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Guran Sigatar Kurain. First, Your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I'd heard she served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. Guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. Ah, I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial is in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Oh, what the fuck? What kind of Darkstalkers character is this? Oh, what a magnificent sight. The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. I think we could get to see it once again. She looks like a character from Darkstalkers. Capcom make Darkstalkers. You know what? This fits. This fits now. This now makes sense. That's Queen Guran. Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice dice and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes. Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. You wish to leave any last words, I'd advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have the head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. That it's time for the Divine Nation Seance. Rafa, come forth. Your benevolence. Thank you for your for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence. I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the Divine Nation Seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue excursion or whatever. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. Lots happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Yeah, still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. We must speak with our child. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about when she said our child. She's emphasizing like if there was another person with her the entire time. She said this with the beginning of the trial where she said we, and I'm like, who the fuck is we? Are you talking about the royal we as in the whole grouping, or like what are we doing? And then this scene right here where she's saying our child, like it's like, who is this other person? It is a mother's duty to discipline her child after all. Now if you would excuse us. Discipline. Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. We're waiting, Apollo. Goran didn't do something to her, did she? Yeah, man, it's about today's Divine Nation Seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this this deviation from... What? Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Samadi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa from you seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Samadi. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with the bounty of incontrovertible evidence. Oh, wait, I just remembered a fact. Okay, I mean, it's probably going to get revealed a little bit later, but I won't say anything right now. I believe we can reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to the seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence of any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Samadi, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a Divine Nation seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for such a much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your speakless words of compassion. She's like the, you know what she's giving vibes up right now? The stepmother to Cinderella. She kind of gives off that vibe a little bit to Rafa. At least in this situation. Not when she's like in her polite state. Listen, oh, well, actually, no, because the stepmother was also, like, kind of, like, behind doors. She was, like, you know, a royal bitch to her. And then, like, when, like, you know, anyone in front of her, she became, like, super polite. So, like, I guess this is kind of the same concept. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform a divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Or Rafa. This is really a good idea. I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin the divination seance. Nana, my robe. Oh, Nana's here? Oh, wait, Nana's not here, yeah. Oh. Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbhead. Yes. You removed my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to a royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. There you go. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. The final members of the deceased. It should be interesting. Domain expansion. We haven't done this in a minute.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Rafa's 13, right? She sounds like she's oh, 14. She sounds like she's like way older, like 20. It's the voice actor, I know. Alright, make sure I save right after this one. This is normally where it likes to crash. Not in the middle of the cutscene, but after. This is the last time we'll be seeing this. Or maybe second to last. I don't know what happens later, but this is the last time we'll probably be seeing this cutscene. I just love the animation flow. Like, this is really well done for Capcom. Like, straight up for a DS game at that. Especially when Phoenix Wright isn't, like, animated. Like, the whole series isn't animated like this. So having this addition is, like, very nice. Alright. Oh shit. Jesus, what's happening? Oh my god. Your benevolence! What's wrong? Pass the fuck out. What do you mean what's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take your benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Let me save because we just finished that cutscene. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. She's only 14! And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. Fucking Apollo. I mean, of course, Wraith was going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. Exactly. Exactly. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty. Oh yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon... Blah, 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 blah. Sup? This is not the accused. It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of treacherous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. Jesus. What? I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as always. Same as it always was. I see, Garan. Now then, Mr. Dirk Samadi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. Testimony. Dirk explains himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. Lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point a finger at you, Mr. Samadi. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? Alright. Here we go. The start of it all. Or the first one. Okay. Let's see. Press second.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. Yeah, bitch? You called, Your Eminence. Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when we were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. There you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right. No one got it in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Gara. You see now, the presence of third parties beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accuser's statement be added to his statement. Very well, Mr. Samadi, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. The possibility of a third party being there is the tomb is probably non-existent. Present the mysterious... Okay.
Objection!
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh? How very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene. We found a blood stain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. This thing is, the blood stain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. To whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga, and since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have a memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then tell me this. Where was the third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. If there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look. Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party be hidden?
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be the sarcophagus. Inside Queen Amaro's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. It's sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. Defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Such insolence. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. She is all about cutting the head off. But the trial's not even over. Whoa! How soon you forget. You are already on the headman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There's no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. Police have already identified the source of a bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Samadi. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk is really that bad. Ah, shoot, you got me. Ah, shoot, you got me? Pay attention, Horn Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claim that this bloodstain will lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense? Yes, I did. After she stirred you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. You see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law. Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibilities. No! Praise for the Queen Guran. Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compared. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to a sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? Once the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. No, that is ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Samadi, the one who you proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. The Divine Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. This is why Guran allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support it. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, Pitileros, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Go. Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Samadi. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Khura'in, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. You can't... No. There's like, the fuck?
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. Know when you were defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep the trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong. It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, Defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Mr. Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Mr. Inga really killed? before Dirk entered the tomb. Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of the third party more palatable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I had it, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? Damn. Poor judge. Hi, Rafa. Hope you are feeling better, your benevolence. Just save real quick. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your benevolence? Princess Rachel seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform a seance was probably the last straw. Hope she doesn't pass out again. Pasagita Samadhi, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Raven was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know.
Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, the friends have proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Alright, well then, your benevolence, your testimony if you please. Well, Rafa witnessed. We can save here now. I'll do another resave again after when I'm cross-examining. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Mara's tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barb head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about the house facing Inga's private residence. That's a nice place. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Oh, so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness. He's kind of siding with us a bit. Queen Garan is crazy as a fucking prosecutor, bro. I can't believe it. I'm like, that's actually insane. I'm glad I didn't spoil myself for that. Sorry, my eyes are like being annoying. Alright. Press second statement.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was. Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add to her testimony. Jesus. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. Dude, this was before he went to the tomb, right? Like, this is when he came out running to the tomb. So this would still be 2:30. Press on the new statement.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. My last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Press harshly. Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Eek. Born devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, and if only I had stopped him then. I think you struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since around about 2, but my father was the only one I saw. Albie's statement, right?
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when a little fellow stole this hat from someone. That's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. But I was like, where is the wind coming from every time she gets, like, shocked? You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Ooh. Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, your eminence? I request that she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your Benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah! Your Benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. He's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. How could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is, what? Where Nana disappeared to. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No. Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... First my father and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed curse spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. This is also a lie. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband Inga. Huh? Then... That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Ugh. Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is her eminence, Queen Garan. Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer. Garan. I keep saying Garan, but it's Garan. Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but Mr. Wright, Your Benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15 and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale face and screaming, then... Ah, I know where you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because he was attacked by Nana. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility exists. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there is a possibility. What utter nonsense. Riva had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed. You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was a reaction in Nana's attack, but Inga died at the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coexist. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Tamati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore it. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. I mean, sure, Mr. Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this, huh? You are a humorless moron spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown is in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Nayuda! You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded soul. Lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now hold on! Domain expansion. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Yuta has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. There must be something that explains this. Yeah, the painkillers. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. It depends how strong the dose is for the painkillers, though. Very well, please present your evidence. That shit must be like resilient or some shit. But then again, I don't know.
Take that!
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Inga was stabbed on his back close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What? What's this? And then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with the cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Per se. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Okanka. Holy Mother of Karain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a possible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nana killed my father. There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nana to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there is no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell facts from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaky suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer, I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do. Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you. Hold up. My nose is bothering me. I'm doing... Ah. There you go. I got the sniffles. My gibbous. Ow! 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 My nose. There you go. Or not. I'm sorry, I'm cleaning my nose right now, and it's just like a task. There you go, okay. Okay. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Still, you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of bidding him, and you will not be subject to execution. This is some sort of joke. Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of the sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? I don't think that this deal will be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Continue the defense. Nice try, Garan, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't, kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. That's right. I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo, to the bitter end, if need be. While I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. I'm scratching my leg. Plus, we've seen this before. I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. Damn, Rafa, throwing out the N word like that? That's crazy. We die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe in Dirk. I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get into the open. You can't give up that just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. It makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, I'm... Duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Ava looks like she's really struggling. To rule the kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. But it's no surprise, considering the turn of painful truth she's had to face. Very well done. If the defense is prepared to face a death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I say the new evidence indicating a different suspect does not exist. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you presented meaningless evidence that allowed me to claim your head. You gotta walk head first into that one. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nina killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Excuse me. And there's still a way to get the proof we need. Even without evidence, you know a key means of obtaining testimony here in Kurain. Huh, wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind the case has yet to be taken into this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you'll be able to prove that Nina killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help. From someone. Well, I can't imagine who would it be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Rafa Padma.
Take that!
But that is... me? Here in Kurain, legal proceedings include the viewings of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. You're right about this. Rafa's powers should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. The benevolence. We need you and your power. You need me.
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse? The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? And so I imagine there would be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be a problematic. Under Koreanese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered. Yikes! Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh. As ruling sovereign of Korea, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that. She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I should go through with this time. I will conduct the seance once more. Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyer's guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapse in the most hideous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late, for has not the barbed one with there overturned them more than once? Oh, you cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. The Sacred Hall of Justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. What? Worthless? Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter? So, mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, Horn Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance? Let her go home and rest. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you wouldn't be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Why were you... Yeah, like, we don't need to show her, like, having a fucking panic attack and passing out. Why are we showing this again? I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, and that courage. My courage. Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Korea, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances. So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this menace. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave the sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, mother. For I am the royal priestess of Kurain. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divine name Sasea is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that the divine name Sasea was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had disproved the insights of it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with... Sorry, whoa. Whoa. Excuse me. Don't know what happened there. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the preceding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kurain should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my secret duty, and I will never shrink from it again. Alright there, your benevolence. It's the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my secret duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. Let me save real quick. I think she's gonna do the dance again. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct a divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen. Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the royal priestess, Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
The fact that there's actually somewhat good voice acting in this. Eminence. Seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. Wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your
Divination.
name.
I keep saying divination.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I wonder if this was mocapped or fully animated. Like the whole dance. Like now that I'm thinking about it. Here we go. Hey, your boy skipped it by accident. Fuck. What in the... The face is being. What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Father, what was it? What was he saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake, that was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? Divine wrath of the Holy Mother. Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. Really, Apollo? Because I didn't see it, so let me know. Laughter. The laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows, though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. Ho ho ho, I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that the Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything is just backfired big time. Wow, Gran has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen while I heed these words. Insight. Around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to not hold in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Can we see the little scenes at least? Considering I didn't watch it. There you go. Let's watch it for a bit. Sour. Explosion. Alright, real quick. Pause. Alright. On the third statement and third panel. Okay. Select the man's voice.
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem to the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah! That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend. But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of a mysterious voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Mr. Inga heard with his phone. Where is his phone? Oh, tomb crime photo. That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. Hope I'm on it. A cell phone. Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbhead, don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. The voice was coming from the phone, that's good to know. There might have been other sounds coming from the phone, sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rayfo's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Alright, this is Apollo's first time doing this.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? Smooth move, Apollo. A lion's roar can be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim that the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No. The only animals at the palace are the little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, the giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos, or rather, a rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of a war bat over in the bazaar? Ah, Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Let me do a quick save. I feel like that weird flash that happened for a moment is like a sign. That means the supporting Minister Ingo was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? He's right. It's important to know where the call was made from. It's very important. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can't think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo, tell her. Tell Rayful the real source of that sound. Will do. All Hornhead, I'm waiting. What's the source of the sound? Shadow was surprised, yep.
Take that!
What is that? It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claimed that Dad's Arabal threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then, yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah. And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. Bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. This fucking asshole. Happy-go-lucky, that's Arbel. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, JPW. Y'all can thank me for later. This guy. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Hardball. But do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. I'm just gonna fix up like 3 of them. Okay, now this is starting to be interesting. Because now it's like, why is he talking to Dats the entire time? This whole gimmick, you know? Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details on Rayful's insides again. Okay. I think I got this down. Time to find another inconsistency. Okay. First statement, 5th frame. So... pause for a second. Explosion sound. First statement, 5th frame, select sound. Okay. Whoop.
Objection!
Yeah, but no, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with that? It's an hour ahead. I'll be your guide's statement again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m. That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Real quick. Okay. Okay. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Mrs. Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all three of sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it is extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Pakonka. How can this be? You're saying that I, a very personification of the law, have been mistaken. Oh shit, her nails. They were fake. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in this vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. Then what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock, that's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling. Oh! The pilot's guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. Aurora residence. It would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Vent, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes. Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, damn, there's a disorder like this? That's crazy. I wonder what it's called. Maybe this is how faces appeared into him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it. You already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look at the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent to the seance vision? Inga has a notepad of shit. A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the face's nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faces being. I gotta look this up. A disorder that can't see faces. Prosopagnosia, also known as face blindness. It's a neurological disorder that makes it difficult to recognize faces. People with prosopagnosia have normal vision, but their brains can't process facial information. That's insane! Dude, that's crazy! Oh man, living your life like that must be like... Cause you gotta keep notes of like characteristics like around them and everything, like make sure you remember the voices, make sure you remember their hair. And imagine if that person had long hair at one point, they cut their hair, now it's short, and they're like, oh fuck, who is this? You know, just like they have to tell by features. Hold up. Symptoms: difficulty recognizing familiar faces such as friends, co-workers, and loved ones. Difficulty distinguishing faces from objects. From objects? Inability to recognize their own face. Oh, that sucks! Inability to recognize your own face? That sucks. Causes: can be caused by a head injury, a stroke, neurodegenerative diseases, genetic mutation, or deletion, congenital disorder present at birth. There's no treatment, but there are things that can help people recognize people. Oh my god, dude, that could be scary. That could be scary, a thought. I gotta see like a video of this, like if there's a person that, because this is real, this is a real thing. The fact that the creator of Phoenix Wright was looking up like something specific like that he needed for this, and he picked that. Like, dude, where do you hear about this? Like, I want to know like his thought process behind this. I'm so sorry, I dove off from like a sidetrack thing, but I needed to understand what this was, because that shit is wickedly crazy. Back to the game. Alright. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. But by simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There's precedence for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh no, Your Eminence, still could she have done it? She's kind of like on like 50-50 of like, she did it. But then it's like, fuck, who was the other suspect, you know? Gran has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nana know about Mr. Enga's disorder? Of course she does, she is our head servant. Damn, is Nana gonna be fucking put on the chopping block, dog? So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. As a princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like... When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3. Oh my god, I now understand why this is a thought process of what I saw on the log. The hour Dirk entered the tomb, there's no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? Guess if it's back to square one, where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. It seems without the final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into a bigger picture. Something outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he's been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did. Figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Yeah, Magistrate, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Minister Inga had, the Minister Inga her benevolence saw was in fact someone channeling him. It was a deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Karain. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. But you're fine, though. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30, the time of which my husband was seen? Eminence? I believe you had completed the channeling, right, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. The Yuta has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So then Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he had just had a nightmare. And realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Huh? Alright. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of an infallible arguments, whatever. Insult me all you want, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. My man said witch. You know they want to say bitch in there. Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. What a first part, man. And YouTube gets their intro now. Welcome back, YouTube. Continuing on from last week. It just transitioned to here. It's been a week. I forgot everything already. Let's go with it though. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get closer shave than Headman's brand blades. That's for sure. Trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Hold up, my wire's being annoying right here. So, yeah. Okay. So you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. And of course, I moved the wire for like a split second and just had a problem. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. And that's all it was. So she should be okay. Bobhead, Hornhead. What to do? Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like, a cow, a horse? Or perhaps I should reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough, thanks. I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lords, where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. I blew it big time, AJ. That's... Shut up, you. What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to save her or rescue her. That's what I'm telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. So why did he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die within any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dads. Listen, Laura, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant. Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Great. Now then, let us resume this trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia? Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. We can't really say anything about it. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to some of you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. Hmm? And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here, anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. This way, this is a trial for Dirk Samadi, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you were suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate, the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How do you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you... Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there was some things I go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. If her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes not. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Fey is lying. Apollo? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Then I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Just press every statement. Alright.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plum Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from some place. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. You know, he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened, I know I didn't channel this anyway. Are you sure about that? Fucking John Cena just rips the paper or the wall. You just don't remember channeling him. Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Fey, you were confined to Amaro's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? You gotta remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of the potential witness. Maybe when he's right. I didn't even have a chance to do something like this. You didn't have a chance to channel him. Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hand to do so. Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to their other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take you can do that too, Miss Faye. Of course. The cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you childish, Nick.
Hold it!
I love the relationship between Phoenix and Maya. So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my my bread and butter. I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you're a regular, Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'll never go along with something like murder.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law! Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk. A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction, has been soundly exposed for what it was, or what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. The defense has no evidence to offer. I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? You bet there is! Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. Fucking Phoenix is like, you're full of shit. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay. We know that when Wraithfoot saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Wraithfoot would have immediately known he was being channeled. That means... He was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha. Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have the answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Fey channeled Justice Miss Inga? Where's the gemstone?
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Fey, you used you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb. Where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. He seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Fey? Yes! Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karnko Karain, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Karko... Okay. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Fey, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. Ah! So then, Miss Fey couldn't have channeled Mr. Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like, thanks to this last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. No. This chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Fey and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is credible of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It'd have to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there's someone else besides Miss Fey who could have channeled Minister Inga. Just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. The person is our only hope now. The defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horn Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Where is she?
Take that!
Oh, what? Nana? Yeah, I'm gonna said it yourself. That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. And then there's her benevolence statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters, the room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. We're not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. No way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well then, let us call Nana to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There's no need, Nana is in the waiting lobby. What? Nana's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. What's up? Miss Nana, do you remember why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nana. That's quite a hairdo. Though I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. This horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Fucking the hard N-bomb coming out through, bro. Nincompoop. Not you too, Apollo. Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? Guess Nana rubbed off on her what with all the time they spent together. You the young hornhead? Yes. Damn. You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have, young folk. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Ah, then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. Excuse me. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurain. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Goran, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. That Nana channel Inga's spirit. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. Quick save. Whoop, wrong thing. Just took a second. Right. Four.
Objection!
Sorry, biting my lip. Alright. Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in a larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Korean, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since you know that Amara is still alive, at the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, excuse me, I keep burping, it's fucking annoying me. Just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down to the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us a break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Goran is the only remaining spirit medium in Korean. Horndevil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Karain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated, and in fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the logbook in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to her to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Among us. Here in this very courtroom today. But how? Yeah. Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. Domain expansion, though. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. Funny. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. Objection! That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? My turn, Ayuda, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Oh, I just passed her. She's like the last person. I'll be your guide! But that's... Eek. This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga Someone with an intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection.
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and is actually Miss Nana here. You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can. Deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Oh! Wakanka! Oh, we're gonna get the rig real? Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nana, no. Amara Sigatar Karain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, she's doing domain expansion this entire time. I didn't even know she was doing the hand symbol. Oh, dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. This is kind of dope. Hell yeah! Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Karain. It is I, Amara Sigtar Karain, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? Ah! Fucking the queen could fuck me up. I thought Garan's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well. It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh ho ho ho. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garan. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garan. But the building of that great tomb, disguising himself as a lowly servant, why would he do such a thing? Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her, and it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all that this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moved to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide, a grand priestess of Curanism. You can't do that. She's virtually like goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorders. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. You may be a grand figure in Curanism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess on this stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth with your mercifulness. O young lawyer, in my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw. Nayuta? Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Samadhi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rayfa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claimed that the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, where did she go? Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah. Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rayfa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed, and yet was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Defense. No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that wasn't entertaining. Prosecutor Samadhi, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecutor. Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poi poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. This is where shit's gonna go south for her. It's like, oh, you fucked up by even doing that at all. The lawyer's theory is absurd. Now I should destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Samadhi for his crimes. Oh, such marvelous testimony! You are truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness. This too is but by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand. She's pretty much just saying it's God's plan. Why does that tiger look like it's from like a storybook, like what's it called, like Winnie the Pooh type shit? And the purity of truth. Either tiger or... I think there's a tiger. Oh, and how magnificent. Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise for the Queen Amara. Blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespectable and not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Huh? Do a little quick save. Queen Amara being here is crazy. And her being Nana, I was like, there's no way. Alright. Press second statement.
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. It was meant for you. After all, it does technically belong to you, yeah. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I would not be here today. The tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyways? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. Could discover the final hope, my continued corporality. You completely lost me, yep. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Alright, so that's statement 2. We gotta do press 3 on 4 statements.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but the very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely, as you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk Samadhi and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truths. There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie and wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No. It's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That's why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amaro's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? Ho 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 ho. This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amaro should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Ah! Maybe! Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, defense, please do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from a tomb? She channeled someone. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Yes. Oh my god. What? Mercy, your mercifulness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good majesty, it is quite alright. Puritanism it also teaches that we must respond at all times when reason principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response in his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with. Indeed, now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. I think I am seeing something that's about to happen. I was starting to piece one little thing together. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga, the only others there right after his murder. Were Dirk and Miss Faye? Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone who had someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd! If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim. Queen Amara. Oh, was it at the same time? Oh, that's fucked. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim in there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Ooh. Ooh. I think I know. Oh, this is gonna be fucked for both Nayuta and fucking Apollo.
Objection!
This is fucked. I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only one there at the scene of the crime were... Excuse me. No, it can't be. Well, the defense cared to share something with us. Queen Amara. You knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. This is the truth. It's the only way forward to solving this case. This is fucked. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... Yep. Yep. Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did, which would be Maya, because he made a promise to not tell anything. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. Oh, there's also that. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't! That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Samadhi, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity! Bukanka! Apollo! What are you... You realize what you're proposing!
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice! I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and the evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for... Clincher for me? He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is... Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough! Your explanation cannot be the truth! And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion! Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look, and there's only one such place. You truly have proof! The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once! Your Eminence! Being the Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still near there at the tomb. Let's contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Bro, this is crazy. No shot. Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. Damn, and when was he technically killed, I guess? I guess when he entered the tomb? Because he did say he blacked out, right? A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. Several days old? A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as Dirk Samadhi. Damn, dog. Dirk Samadhi. And he's been dead several days, apparently. Dirk. No! Not my father. Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. How can this be? The traitor Snake, the very head of the insurgents, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Ahahahaha. Ooh, what? What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? This is a crazy turnabout. Son. Giving him the Goku speech. A lawyer. Never yields. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Excuse me. But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. You believe believed in me that much, Dirk. So does that mean this was Queen Amara this entire time? Just channeling Dirk like that whole time? That would make no sense because there would be one... Whatever. Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield, not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo. Detective Sky! Yes! How sure are you that that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive no autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Alright. At least 3 days, huh? It means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. And who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the U.S. without arousing suspicion. He had also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Maya, right?
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. Do you remember what she said earlier? So please just tell me what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk. A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. I'm Apollo. There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit to that tomb where I was being held captive. I say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Oh. Like, It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga. I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh my god! Good thing that wasn't his heart. That's got a smart. You become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's sad for you to be pushing up daisies. Oh fuck! Shot through the heart! Sorry, I had to say it. He did get... That's around there. It's like near there. It could possibly miss, though. You really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the... Oh, he missed on that last shot. Ugh. What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this! Oh, I like that they gave him a running animation from like the 2D standstills. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've got to help you. I gotta help you. That was him. Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it. Don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play. No. Please, hang in there. You can still make it. Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. This is fucking crazy. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. Oh, her crying. I have to save in case the cutscenes fuck up like the thing crashing. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. We just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? Came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. Oh, you can't stop now. I read can't stop. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accuser's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, I believe I can explain everything now. Very well, your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m. The time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know that Minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for a hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove her spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With the Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if refused to leave. Ugh. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was the red one? That one, yeah, that one. That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Zamani, and you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent a high priest back into the Twilight Realm. and how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. Ah, they threw it in there to disguise it from a destroyed monk statue. A destroyed statue, I don't know if it's a monk. In other words, the brown Megatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Premeditated. Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. That's also would explain why he's like, yeah, when I entered the tomb, I blacked out. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. The little... I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So, ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Ingo while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Ingo's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but it seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Samada, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Samadhi to be the foul murderer that he was, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuta doing this? Karan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nayuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. Let's turn on the lights soon. Once this part is done, I'm just gonna go turn on the light. Nope, next save. Alright. Oh, thought I was presenting, my bad. Oh, no, this is okay, that's fine. Or you have no evidence. Oops, I may have missed the last thing then. I thought we already went through a fucking thing. You have no proof. Well done, Laura. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let's end this charade. Now let us end this charade for the eternal glory of Kiran and its people. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. And so I shall, Your Honor, or Your Majesty. Oops. I did the same thing before. Oh, I almost did the wrong thing, actually, when I was trying to do that one thing.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright while Ms. Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the Minister's murder leads to 1. Could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Forgive your mercifulness. Really, Your Majesty. Ah, but have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in? Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can. Under the circumstances of Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one is it? Prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well, let us see some evidence that proves that I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? What does part 3 involve in after this? There's nothing to prove that I was at the scene of the crime. And then we bring this. It seems to belong to Dirk. A fingerprint was found on the inside of the lid, stained with the victim's blood.
Objection!
Queen Amara, does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime. And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. He said that. Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. Blue butterfly pendant. Oh, it's on this. Okay. That's a photo of the accused body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to this certain spot. Ah, this right here proves that, yeah. This little, the blue pendant, literally.
Take that!
Oh my god, there's so much more coming up. You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It is an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendant were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about the pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Samari. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside on the back of the lid, to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. It seems I've truly rendered this winner speechless this time around. This cannot be! Mother, tell me it does not belong to you! Nayuta, think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know. He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Okay, so that might have been to her. Not, Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why would you always... Well, Queen Amara. Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, She opened her eyes. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? Ooh. Eyes open and everything. Yes, Queen. I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigtar Karain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief! Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nita. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Samadhi. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could have come back to you to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it, that Dirk tried to assassinate her. It's a Amara pendant, yeah. That's cute. I like the pendant. The pendant's cute. Your Majesty, is it not time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in Twilight Realm. Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Samadhi, if you have no further objections. This cannot be, my mother. My mother! I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But... very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Samadhi. Who said hold it? Rafa! Your benevolence. I cannot accept this. There's something the matter, your benevolence. Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nana? Rafa? Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. Barbhead, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There's definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Push to continue. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead. Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about the case has yet to come to light? The motive. Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall not answer. Oh, now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy. Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still was not satisfied. Hunger for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power. After which, we would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered onto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. A bracelet. Apollo? Yep, it seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Right there.
Gotcha!
We're almost done. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later? Because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma to see if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky in the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Jesus. That's like way bright. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? She's the last person.
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Literally. Even the shape of the and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. One's a little bit longer. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala, so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Eek! There it is. Look. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So this person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see that this changes everything? We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m., the exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara wouldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I'm afraid I no longer follow the fence. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and accused us to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him, which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, he didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Okanka! We're getting there. Was her mercifulness covering for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why that's... Is this some kind of joke? No, your majesty. I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Grand Sigtar Karain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now! Mother. Just as Minister Inga's true killer is... Oh, fuck! Mother, no! I really did it. Your Eminence, my life is yours. Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest this guardsman! Mother. Gran couldn't have... Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly, now! Ah, there you go. Alright, perfect little intermission for a second, just so I can turn on my light in my room. Ooh. We're gonna keep going. I'm finishing this entire thing today. That way, once the week after, it'll be February 8th. Yeah, February 8th is where I'll start the Great Ace Attorney. Just give me one quick second. I now have light in my room. I can now see in the darkness. Okay. Real quick as well. Let me just change this page. Oh my god, guys, we're on the final part! Ah! Okay. My wire is being weird. Don't. Yeah, these things. I just saw... I looked over to my controller. I just saw the light off. Alright. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things are straightened out. Can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. You think Garan put the guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence. Any news on her condition? She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. That Garan. Justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about feeling reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Samadhi was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence, but I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead. You were sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Dirk. That was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering. When Dirk disappeared after I freed him, it's because Amara turned back into, herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or it was a part of Garana or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court... Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do that for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Samadhi. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. She bumped her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? First thing Garan will do is respond to the last accusation, so you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. Alright, the final part. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Naida? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders. How dare you cast such suspicion upon Her Eminence? It was quite alright, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under these such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What's she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. He's the one who confessed? Prosecutor Samara, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. No. Nayuta? Peace. Prosecutor Sarmati, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand. At least the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession now! Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it, it was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But... or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is... what do you think you're doing, you idiot? Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. You know, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Samada, your testimony, please. I should have had bread. I forgot to eat something. That's fine. I had coffee, but that's about it. I will not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurain. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the queen. Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense. Oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony into smithereens. I don't think this part is going to be that long, as long as I'm, like, pacing myself very thoroughly. I say with passion in my heart. Oh, yeah, this part is not that long. I thought it was going to be longer. But this is good, though. This is good. Because that means we don't need to prolong this too much. Nayuta's confession. I could not remain silent while her... Oh, yeah.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of my of the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Nayuta, could it be you didn't know Naina's real identity? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother. That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt. Oh, he's 25. Okay. I thought they were younger than that. I was like... When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt. No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? He was 15? I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. Oh yeah, that's 10. I did my math wrong. You need to please add that last statement to your testimony. I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago when Dirk abducted her.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Bobby. Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did, but if we take what he said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. Doesn't make any sense in this photo of only 15 years old. Well, you see, the baby? Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in this photo was you, but that doesn't make any sense if this photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there over something. Apollo, if this baby isn't Nayuta, wait, you don't think? Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. And that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. It would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is the child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. Where are you? Yep. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense. Prosecutor Samadi, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara and about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Rayful was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. This is from last week's. This one is now. Yeah. Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. As in, like, Dirk? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. The other child born for Miss Justice, I believe I know what you were about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor. The reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation. Oh! I'm like, what? I didn't even think about this until now. They just brought this up right now. And that is a file full of information that they're collected on what happened 23 years ago. A particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. Oh hey, Destroyer. Been a long time. You become a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan. But at some point, you came to serve the very regime you despise. And that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. Can we stop saying that? That's how she came to use your sister against you. Nayuta, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party to all of this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is it's malarkey. The malarkey out here, damn! I don't even care what happens to you. Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot, I shall continue to rule Kurain until the day Rafa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this in exchange for your life. The child shall remain safe, and their kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Nayuta, this is really the new you. Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future. No. The Nayuta I knew would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict... Yes! You could say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down, there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of times, and it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me, I know because this has been demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. My badge! No.
Take that!
His. When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. Did you take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because his badge means something special to us. Hey Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? His badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vowed to restore Kurain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up and you never will because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? Huh. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me like he did on that day. We're just going through flashback to flashback, huh? Nayuta, Apollo, hold on, I'm coming! Dive into the water. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? What father wouldn't risk to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand? Someday, you would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. I knew you, however, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest and the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all his sin. He called him Apollo. I think that's like the first time he called him that in like this whole game. After like a while, it is the only way. But
Such insolence!
now what? You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? Oh my god. Immutability of his duty. Immutability of his beauty. Whatever. It is time to accept defeat. Ugh. Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon you, dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict if you will. Yes, Your Honor.
Objection!
Wait a second, what do I do? Does the defense want to raise an objection? There's got to be some way to save Nayuta. Apollo, it all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara. Right, Nayuta and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years and never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of the situation with it there. Got it. And the defense is done stalling for time. I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago, the defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? We had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case of 23 years ago?
Take that!
A photograph? Yes, do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh. What? Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence. Exactly, we might be able to prove they're completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Khura'in, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of the blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did. Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court, and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into the new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara in this case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final members of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why your benevolence? If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. We get to finally see it one last time. This awesome animation that I'm like always talking about in this fucking game. The flow of it. Something so simplistic as dancing.
Mother,
and I'm just like, yes, this is great, fantastic, beautiful.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright, here we go. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well, here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Rafa's insights. I don't do anything here yet, right? It's like after. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything that the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories, they're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? Alright, here we are. Pause real quick. Third statement, this one, into the fourth panel. Okay, and then select the mirror. Oh.
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter and that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. It was a setup. Ah, I believe you were right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on the what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance's vision. Does seem that there was a glove on the hand. Crashing twice in that same spot is crazy. But let's continue. I wasn't sure how far also I was at the dialogue text, but yeah. Does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? I mean, it means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire. Objection. Yeah, Grand objected. Let's do another save real quick right here. Don't? Okay. All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are in his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter. It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I have revised my insights. Okay, here you go. Yeah. I'm like afraid of this crashing. It's so crazy that it crashed on the same spot twice. Alright. Okay, she updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be be found. The fact that Citra would crash. Here's one little problem I have. The fact that Citra will crash, it's either it happens or it doesn't happen. It just depends on, I guess, Citra crashing on its own for whatever the fuck occurrence it comes with. It would crash. This is 3 things that would happen. It would crash. 1, it crashes Streamlabs and my my VTuber program. I forgot. I already forgot what it was called. VC Face. It will crash VC Face. Or it would crash NVIDIA and not my VC Face. Or the third one, Citra just crashes on itself, but nothing gets like also crash. And I don't know what causes that, and I hate it, but it's whatever. Anyways, on the fourth statement, fourth frame. Whoops.
Objection!
Wait, then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. That design, it can't be. This will prove whose hand was captured at the seance vision.
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be Justice Minister Inga. Oh, never mind. Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of Justice, correct? Yes. I hear they're a traditional part of a Kurini's Justice Minister's attire. But what does that tell us? Oh shit, I had a call. Fuck. It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Kurain, late Minister of Justice. Hold up, I have a call from my mother. Let me see what she wanted. I'm texting her, but let me see what she says. Ingakar Ko Kurain. No, not my father. So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one. Just as Minister Inga. And this will define dragons. They've been right all along. Nayuda. What you propose is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karko Kurain was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen Garan. What? See she responds to my text. Alright, she served as Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as well as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? This is madness! Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. I find this all very hard to believe. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question. Peasants, always carrying on about things of no importance. You do not deny it then? You conceal the truth and use me for your own designs? Oh no, Yuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Reifa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence. I'm done heeding your commands. Even as you use my sister against me. There you go, sorry. Give me like a moment because I wanna know why my mother called me. My bad. It was nothing crazy. But yeah, okay. So I was checking the time also. Alright, let's go. Even as you use my sister against... I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secret was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta, you dare defy me. Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? The final piece of evidence you left behind has released Nayuta from his suffering. Now he's finally free. And all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
Hell yeah. I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan, I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Insolent fool. Now even you prattle on about revolution. Oh, her nails are gone. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Sorry, I just forgot something. There you go. Yeah. Now, we could just prove Garan's guilt. We could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty, for the cups would... Excuse me. For the cups could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. Because as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now the prosecutor Samadi has retracted his confession. We'll have to liberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karain. But do you have any evidence of fence? Evidence that will prove Garand was the killer. There's still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is. Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killed posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. The blood-soaked clothes would have had been dealt with somehow. There's still any, if they're still around somewhere then. I was wondering what absurd idea you would conduct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. And you don't know us very well. Your benevolence? Yes. On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garand, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I tried not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rayfo, you would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garand wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somehow. Or somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Oh, I hope that counts. The tomb! Yes, I believe the clothing was hidden there. Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well, where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? Of course, this makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't just simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. And by that you mean the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes and then hid behind a curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter expanding from his left elbow to his abdomen area. I believe this blood splatter came from Inga. The killer wore these clothes during the murder, and the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get the stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt. You cannot prove it was I who hid the clothes. They could very well have been hidden by the third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garand hiding the clothes does not exist. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Ah! That was your own testimony word for word. Why, you insolent. Admit it. Only you could have hidden their clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant word. You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kurain. Do not think for one moment that such a... I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from the lofty throne and face justice. Me, face justice, surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? You should be putting them nails back on quick. Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would suspect criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be, can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by the court as having supported a criminal. The Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But the law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, the law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us just to let her off scot-free. And yet I don't see any other choices. We cannot yield to her, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But...
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not a revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rayful cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Oh, fucking A. We need a system for that. All who impale the crown, no matter the reason, shall subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear for the sake of the kingdom's future. And in accordance with the laws of Kurain, I command that you be put to death at once. What? What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Grand Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, and under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death. See a little laugh, I like that. Oh, come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is the court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly... What? But so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It's your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It's time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse the Queen of Garand? Give up. I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force the biggest smile. He never fails to surprise me, Apollo. And Yuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids. A dragon never yields. Apollo, they are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor those words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. If there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of the truth. Because there is another saying in the country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, it is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us, revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Khura'in, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, Garand is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Capability Act. The law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown. And there's only one thing to do, to dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up now. Let me make sure I save here. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Oh, this is so cool. If I accuse Garand, Yuta will be subjected to the Defense Capability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. The only way out of this is to dethrone Garand right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garand? The Founder's Orb. It's Founder's Orb the key. Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution in Khura'in's future. In light of Garand's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the founder even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, he didn't know the founder's name. The name of the founder is only known to those who become queen. That means only people who currently know her name are Garand and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the founder. That begs the question, why is Garand so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garand is obsessed with the orb because she can't channel spirits. That's crazy. She had no clue. Could it be It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garan can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. That why she let Amara live to stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits. So if Garan can't channel spirits, she have no claim to the throne. Oh, it's so fucking over. Garan's Defense Capability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act, all the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown, you of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garan so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness performed or rite of channeling in her place? The answer to these three questions point to a certain conclusion. The fact that will shake the kingdom into its very core. So do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Korean, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for the would-be queen. But Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you pass would be rendered null and void. And you, the Grand Royal Guard. You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person and pretended to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Whatever. Defamatory claim. Queen Garan, you think I'm just out of to defame you? Then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us a great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kurain. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless credence! Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer, summon one at once! Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kurain. You can thank your Defense Capability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. You truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garan, your reign of terror ends here! Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold the magnificent power of commune with the dead. Eminence. O great spirits of the founder who dwells in the twilight realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Are you not feeling well? Oh, Spirit of the Founder, grace us with your time now. I beseech you, I appear before us. Heed my call. Founder, please. No, wait, I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Holy Mother. There you go. Prosecutor Samadhi, how is her eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what if I may ask, what is her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat, but what if her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself, maybe she just craves power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her, and that way it seemed as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants. So then she never really intended to kill Amara. Huh. What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place, especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Kirain think she was dead, while she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan? My mother is a gentle soul by nature and loves her sister dearly, so when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling her for her, until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena, no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was the case for the ages. Prosecutor Samadhi has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Samadhi in the assassination attempt of Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Naida Samadhi. This was a crazy case. A whole trial altogether, bro. I gotta say, like, Game 3, like, that was the best one out of all, I believe. But this is second place, 100%. There were some things that I feel like were too, either they kind of like made it too long, like they didn't really need it, or just things that like was like not necessary, you know, for this one. But like, it definitely has that same placement of like, oh fuck, but like, this could match up to 3 if it didn't have those. Derek, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Naida's smiling again. And that revolution you always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say this court is adjourned. Hell yeah. In case this game decides to just crash for no reason. Way to go, Apollo. I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed in the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Yeah, it was a shocker how we crashed twice at one point, but whatever. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. You know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back! You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. The perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. Alright, there were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will, and inner strength forged in countless trials, you overcome the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. Don't know about all that. I mean it. You really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities and as an attorney. Really. Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. Well, what about me, Nick? My channeling has come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. Hey, Trucy. Trucy? Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? No, it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy, do you even have a passport? And magic panties are an extra dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left in mystery. Hornhead, Barbhead. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in the Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan. That decision was yours and yours alone. That's right, all we did was present you with an opportunity, and you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So am I worthy of my title after all? I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. Be sure to bounce back quick. So your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins. That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother, Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. You can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable, or should I say my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name, my true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Karain? You lost your queen, so her benevolent Princess Raifa will ascend to the throne. Ah! Nayuta! But she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor. A big bruh. 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 Is she going to say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Ouch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara. Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day, but for now I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be alright. Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and you beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. The revolution, Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir, there's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk's always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kyrene's history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nita, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I go back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. It's the last page.
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's going to change Kyrene, it's only right that you have it. To change Kyrene. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? That's right, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. Oh, so why'd you bring us here, Nuda? Apollo? I want you to stay here in Kyrene. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kyrene's legal system from the ground up. No way to help you rebuild the legal system. That's a lot to take in. Paul, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. There's a way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you now help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you'd ask. Still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, it is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena, I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you. Everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. They still don't know that they're siblings. When will this fucking be revealed? Dude, if you really wanted to stay. Yeah, Athena's right, it won't be easy, but Athena Trucy. Paul, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working on the Wright Anything agency? Or should I stay in Kyrene and help Nita rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? I mean, in case it crashes a last second for whatever reason. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. You'd think he decided to stay here in Kyrene. I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. Whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Whew, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does that mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright? Yes. I made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Korean. You're staying, but I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. Can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. Believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo. Never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna miss you, Apollo. But if this is it, then I'm going to support your choice all the way. Thanks, Juicy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Trope Grammare proud. Trope Grammare. I'll be cheering. Well, they're half siblings. I should have said this earlier, but whatever. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. Next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on. You bet. I'm gonna win. I'm going to miss you too, Apollo, but can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. Guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever pay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Till then, you know where to find me. That felt very heartwarming. That was giving me like some emotions. I was like, damn. Legacy of those who came before us. It is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. You must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation. Oh shit, a cutscene.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Edward is like an uncle.
I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it.
Damn, Albie!
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Such like a chapter closer too. If they were to make a 7th Phoenix Wright game, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. I would assume a time skip where they're like a little bit older, like a 5-year difference maybe, nothing crazy, but you know. We see like an older Phoenix, Older Athena, older Maya, everyone just being older. Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat, nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. It seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. We're fierce rivals, you know, I can't let him hog the spotlight. Not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kinda miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Korean. I really do hope that they do make a 7th game. There is a time gap where it's like they're way in the future. This a lot has changed. To see Mr. Justin in action, I got what gonna do for Korean. Then it came to me, tourism. That's what. I'll develop Korean tourism industry and bring it into fruition. I'll roll out the night of tour. Oh my god, so I forgot how fast these things go. They just keep on coming. All how the dog is magnetically connected to his head. Oh, this game was really good. I honestly say this is my second best favorite of the whole series. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Korean for a while. Look at this way. I'm sure it'll be an educational experience. True, plus I can let the kids show me up either. I'll see what I can do in Korean Revolution. Well, challenges have a way of people grow. Look forward to the next video. Good to your return. Honestly, if Samari and fucking Emma end up being together, good match, honestly speaking. Secret behind our teleportation trick. Show requests have totally dried up. We've been on the street to town find some work soon. Maybe we'll take up Trucy on her offers. She says she can make our debut as magicians at the Wright anything agency. Get up, and I'm gonna show her up someday. Nah, just seeing the characters are really nice. Oh my god, those were the first characters we had to go through too. This, yeah, like I'm gonna be honest, like this is my second favorite game. I honestly think this is like the second best. Third being the best of all. I would have to really look back at like the games and make sure what I really do like in the order. And there, he's the secret to being a man among men. I forgot she was pregnant, so she had the kid already. Double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm going to make Simon recognize me for an awesome lawyer. Squeaking in her boots. I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before we know it. Let's do this. I really hope they do animate the other 3 games. Because they did the animation for the first trilogy, and I really do hope they might order in such a sorry slate. Don't be mad, Simon. There was a huge party, and I still taste fine. Here, try some. You great big Palook. A Pillock. What's a Palook? What do you say, old chum? But yeah, like I really do hope they animate this trilogy. This as an anime would be so well done. I love the first trilogy's animation. It was really done, and personally speaking, I think it was really done well. I like both versions of it too, being in Japanese and in English dubbing. The English dubbing is really good to like an extent. Because there were some line deliveries I felt like should have been better, but that's just me personally, and I'm always judging like the direction that they give the VAs. But what were they saying? I had like a thought and now I lost it. Losing my train of thought. I'm not even reading this anymore. They're just kind of going on their own. Wright is letting me help with the dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization dedicated to him. Also be going on a dig in Korean soon. Private Justice had better not be slacking off. Uh, but yeah, like what made me really like the English dubbing is that they have outtakes, like bloopers, pretty much, where they had some funny outtakes, and I was like, okay, if they at least keep that involved, then I'll be like, that's fine. First order of business will be to revolutionize Korean village. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girl store? Oh, look who's all grown up, but I think we're a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. Guess that'll be a while before I get my revolution makeover. I do like that Pearl and Maya were more active in this one. I don't think Maya at least wasn't in the last one. You have stopped being Nana. I want a new Nana. I wonder if there would be anyone who would serve you audacity. You are quite a handful. I am? The simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. To think I put such undue burden upon you. You are... Fear not, Rafa. You will have plenty of time and wish to make up for it. Perhaps you can start with your famous shoulder rubs. Who have we not seen yet? Ryuta's one of them. God, and then when they got to like specific scenes, even where she trembles at her face turns red and speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such an animosity? But it's true that I am merciless within the Hall of Justice. To be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. What am I to do? Perhaps I should consult Apollo about this. I love that now he's like, oh, the shackles are free. I can now talk to my brother. Bro, I've been wanting to tell you shit. Like, he's just like, I can't believe I can talk to you now. How is he doing, Mr. Wright? Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh, it's his mom! Oh. Jove. It is good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told him the truth? After all, they've been grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Oh, tell me there's a scene! Cockblocked. 100%. Yeah, they definitely want to show off the animation stuff that they did for this, because this is the most animated I believe all these characters have been, so it's really like could show it well done. I wonder if the Great Ace Attorney is just animated too, where they have like scenes like this. I can't wait to play that. That's 2 weeks from now. Just a reminder, yes, next week no stream on Saturday. I'll reiterate it on the Friday of next week. Also, sorry for no X and Y stream yesterday. Woke up extremely like late, wasn't really feeling it, and just was not in the mood for a stream. And I also had to grind anyways too. I completely forgot to grind. I have to do that. But yeah, definitely the week that's coming up, I'll definitely do a Pokemon X and Y stream for sure. As for what was it? Thursday we still got some Final Fantasy. I gotta do the side quests for those just to get them out the way. And then yeah, Friday Pokemon X and Y. We're continuing to go to. Oh, we're gonna deal with Team Flare, right? Because we got Team Flare, then we gotta go to Gym 8. I don't know. We're finding the champion on that day of. I'll see. Because then I have to grind a bit more. We'll probably pull through everything easier that way. But yeah. Hope this was an enjoyable session. Granted, what's funny is my internet didn't crash or didn't have a spike of like terrible issues. It just literally Citra closes and it decides to pick and choose when it wants to crash other programs, such as VC Face and or Streamlabs. It's incredibly crazy that it has the ability to do that. But there was an error that showed up for NVIDIA. I should have looked more into it and probably like written it down so that way I could have like, you know, reassembled it. YouTube will probably get the skip over because I'm gonna make this just 2 parts. I'm not gonna show the middle part where it's like the first crash and then I came back and then the second crash, you know. So I'll probably just skip that because it was just me skipping through the game to get to where we were. Oop, cutscene. Hold up. Everyone shut the fuck up! Dear Mr. Wright. My controller. Okay, the controller fucking desynced. Awesome. I love it when it does that. I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system is not yet familiar with, I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's giving me plenty of work to keep me busy. I'd assume so. You're like the only lawyer. Have you not given an autopsy report, even a courtesy glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now, though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh please, are you going to keep me? Are you going to help me rebuild Korean's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but besides. Those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh. I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation, and being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate it will only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Now wait just 1 minute. I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read. From legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services are services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. Where I receive requests from 380 new clients. I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? I trust you did your cords of steel exercise this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I've grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up, and do not disappoint me, Hornhead. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career. But one I'll never tire of.
Objection!
Hell yeah. Man, what a game. This was really well done. I love this game. Second favorite. Oh, good. Alright, and there you have it. We completed Spirit of Justice. Next game, The Great Ace Attorney. We have 2 more games for the Phoenix Wright series. And then we're done. This has been one of my longest series in collection to VODs. Over 200 hours playtime. I'm kidding you the fuck not. I have it for so long. But man, has it been a trip? It's been a major trip with this game. I'm so happy that I came back to it, and because I think I took a long break from it for a while, and then I came back, and I'm like, all right, we got a little break from it, you know, this and that, and then the game got better too as we kept going. But hey, that's just one game. This is one game down. 2 more to go after this. Whoops, wrong one. Where's Streamlabs? But I think it's high time we call it here. Chat and YouTube this time. You don't get a fade out anymore. I appreciate you guys for watching all the way through this one. Spirit of Justice was really great. I'm so fond of it, like in every way of the word. If this game has enticed you to play for your own, even though you know it, go for it. Truly, like, experience it for yourself and see how. Forget everything. Or try to forget. You know, if you have a good memory, then you have a good memory. But if you have a bad memory, then you're definitely going to not remember anything that happened. But hey, go through the game. Go through the game on your own. See how that feels. I went through with a walkthrough. I'm not saying that I'm against using a walkthrough, but hey, use a walkthrough if you really want to just go through the story again. Or experience it for yourself. Go for the mile. I use a walkthrough just so I could proceed through the story much quicker, and that's why I think this series has actually pushed through a good amount, because I had something for a guide to just go straight into the next line of questioning. Instead of me being like, oh man, what is this? Ah, damn, I forgot what this is. That's stupid. How the hell, like this things like that would just prolong the session. But this really was an amazing game. 100%. Like, straight up. I really love this game. I really hope they animate this next set of trilogies. Because, honestly, the first trilogy game that they animated, perfect. I honestly loved it. They animate this, it's over. With everything in between, this alone could go for like 48 episodes. Maybe even more. I don't remember how much the original one was. But it definitely did go for like 24 or something like that. This could go for like way more. And there's like so much like characters and just the development. Just every case was a fucking shock. It was like, oh my god, this is so good. But hey, that's all I gotta say about the game and everything that I want for it. But next game for the Phoenix Wright series, the Great Ace Attorney. We're almost there. We're getting there. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Twitch, YouTube. You guys watch all the way to this point. I always appreciate any type of support you guys give me every time. Twitch, if you're here and if you watch through, past streams or you lurked, you passed by, all that stuff. Any type of support, I appreciate. Anything of lurking, I do not mind if you guys don't chat, but you do like to watch or have me in the background. I do always love that. Honest, I really do. Thank you. But I'm going to call it here. See you guys next week for some more Final Fantasy and some Pokemon X and Y. I promise on the X and Y this time. I'll keep my promise. I'm going to call it here. Bye.